Call to order to the meeting. Danielle, please roll call for us, please.
President Say,
Present?
Vice President Yu, Clerk Nishi. Board Member Dr. Apodaca,
Here.
Board Member Mr. Beach,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Eugenio,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Rios. Thank you.
Thank you. This evening, we will be discussing the following item in closed section. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 2 position. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiation with ABCFT, update on negotiation with ABSME, and update on negotiation with CSEA. Existing litigation, special education settlement agreement, OAH number 2020100678, and 1 matter. Do we have any public comment for closed section item?
We do not.
No? Okay, in that case, I'm ordered to the closed section. I'm moving the closed section. Can I have a motion and second?
So moved. Beach. Nishi, second.
Thank you. Danielle, roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Vice President Yu. Clerk Nishi,
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Apodaca. I'm sorry, Board Member Beach,
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Rios. Yes. President Say,
Yes,
thank you.
thank you. So
Hello, Attorney Sims. Welcome to ABC tonight.
Hello, Dr. Wise. How are you?
Good. So happy to see you tonight.
I am so happy to see you as well. It's my honor, actually, to be here.
Excited to have you. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Holes. My poor dad can't pronounce his last name.
Okay, so you ready? Okay, now board back to the open section. May I have a motion to move and second? Thank you,
Second.
thank you. Daniel, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Here.
Mr. Beach,
Present.
Dr. Eugenio.
Here.
Mr. Nishi. Dr. Rios. Mrs. Say,
Present?
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Daniel. First, I want to apologize to the public. The board had a long discussion in the closed section, so we came late. I want to apologize for you to wait for us. Now to the, first, we want welcome public comments. Comments submitted will be presented during the public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to have the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address to board. Comments submitted regarding the specific agenda item will be presented following the staff comments and prior to the board discussion and take action. Tonight, our closed section, the board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 2 positions. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiation with ABCFT, update on negotiation with EPSME, and update on negotiating with CSEA. Also, in closed section, the board discussed and approved a special education settlement agreement in the amount of approximately $22,000 for independent education evaluation, tutoring, counseling, and transition service through December 31st, 2023. Student OAH number 2021-00678 by the vote of 7-0. May I have a board member, Mr. Beach, lead tonight's pledge of allegiance, please?
Please rise.
Thank you.
Join me in a pledge of allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Beach.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our presentation, Spotlight on Teaching and Learning for tenure teachers and adult school status teacher presentation. Dr. Zillow.
Well, good evening and thank you. This evening, we want to take time to recognize our teachers and our adult school teachers who received their tenure this school year. And so we normally would have them come and give them a certificate. They all have had those sent to them in the mail. And so tonight we will just recognize them and honor them by reading their names. And so maybe. Maybe try that one. There we go. So our first person is Crystal Ignacio from Aloha Elementary. She's a speech and language pathologist. Jillian Pio, Aloha Elementary, first grade. Jonathan Schnack, Aloha Elementary, second grade. Elsa Enriquez Velasco, Aloha Elementary and Haskell Middle School. She's the school nurse. Tisha Cannett, Artesia's Children's Center Early Intervention Program. Rachel Perez, Artesia Children's Center Speech and Language Pathologist. Sarah Whiting Alonso, Artesia High School Art and Avid. Jeffrey Miles, Artesia High School Special Education. Andres Jimenez, Bragg Elementary School, second grade. James from Betty, Carmenita Middle School, Science. David Burton, Carmenita Middle School and Artesia High School, Speech and Language Pathologist. Maravela Kitter, Carver Elementary School, fifth grade. Tina Wang Do, Carver Elementary School, sixth grade. Sarah Guerrero, Carver Elementary School, kindergarten. Mackenzie Carter Elmer, Cerritos Elementary School, third grade. Kara Laborde, Cerritos Elementary School, third grade. Joanna McManus, Cerritos Elementary School, school nurse. Megan Mitchell, Cerritos Elementary School, fifth grade. Paulina Esparza Gonzalez, Cerritos High School, science. Leslie Ann Eusebio, Elliott Elementary School, kindergarten. Rachel Trent, Elliott Elementary School, fourth grade. Daniel Ibarbo, Fetty Middle School, special education. Melita Lopez, Gar High School, chemistry and physics. Raul Lopez Chang, Gar High School, social science and avid. Sylvia Se Itoku, Haskell Middle School, special education. Christina Cuevas, Juarez Elementary School, first grade. Cassandra Chamberlain Frapwell, Juarez Elementary School, fourth grade. And Angela Chung, Kennedy Elementary School, fifth grade. Mikhail Jefferson, Nemus Elementary School, fourth grade. Ashley Wilson, Nemus Elementary School, second grade. Teresa Zavaleta, Nemus Elementary School, kindergarten. Michelle Holman, Nixon Elementary School, special education. Amanda Ramirez, Nixon Elementary School, speech and language pathologist. Veronica Casas, Palms Elementary School, speech and language pathologist. Jennifer Magello, Palms Elementary School, third grade. Rolegio Garcia, Ross Middle School, mathematics. Janice Kang, Ross Middle School, social science. Laura Perez Speaks, Ross Middle School, Spanish. Robert Kellerman, Special Education Adult Transition Program. Angela Wilson, Tracy Infant Center Early Intervention Program. Victoria Hewlett, Whitney High School English. Daniel Velez, Whitney High School Spanish. Veronica Aquino, Willow Elementary School Special Education. Jody Matsumoto, Willow Elementary School 5th grade. Marta Ortega, Adult School Cosmetology. And so we're really thankful and just want to congratulate all of our status and tenured staff, and glad to have you as part of our ABC community. Thank you.
Congratulations. It's a big day. Next one will be our communication quarterly update. This will be presented by our Mr. Smith, our communication officer. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, President Say. Good evening, President Say, Vice President Yu, Clerk Tashii, board members, Dr. Sue, and Cabinet. As always, I appreciate the opportunity to update you on our communications effort. As always, I recognize the critical nature of our communications to our district families, staff, and stakeholders. Much has changed since I visited with you earlier this year. We now have students back on our campuses, and Los Angeles County has made enormous progress in beating the COVID-19 virus. It's exciting to have students return to school, and we were able to get local television, print, and news coverage. Both Fox 11 and KNBC Channel 4 attended the return of schools on the first day of schools opening, visiting Tetzlaff Middle School with Dr. Sue. But having students return is only part of what we have shared with the media. To date, we have had 33 stories carried by local and regional media. That's since the beginning of this fiscal year. Of those stories, all but 10 were proactively pitched by the district. We've had stories carried by the Los Cerritos Community News, Los Angeles Times, Long Beach Press Telegram, Norwalk Patriot, and the Downey Patriot. We've also had coverage through EdSource, an online news source covering education in California. We've had many great stories to tell besides our students returning, from our high schools being highly ranked by US News and World Reports, to constant environmental efforts by the Bragg Elementary Green Team, to a Burbank Elementary kindergartner student winning a photography award. There are great stories to tell in every corner of our district. On March 13, 2020, I was with a camera crew from PBS, the show Inside California Education, at Ross Middle School. They were there to cover our mental health professionals program. Little did we know that when we started shooting that morning, we would dismiss students from school for the next 13 months that afternoon. It took over a year, but that episode aired this past month and truly highlights our MHPs and their impact on our students. We continue to share COVID-19 safety information and updates with district staff through Make It Safe Monday, which is sent out every, you guessed it, Monday. Thank you to the COVID compliance team, Dr. Zitlo and Mr. Song from HR for supporting this publication. Our social media presence continues to be a great source of information for our community. We average about 8,500 impressions each month on Twitter, and our Facebook posts continue to drive engagement and views. Actually, our Facebook post engagement typically performs as well, if not better, than many of the school districts in our area, many of them with more followers. And the ABC Stories Instagram page audience has grown significantly over the past few months. It's important to note that every social media platform draws a slightly different audience, so it's important to be active on all of them. With that, I conclude my report and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'm really honored to have you to work with us for. Really appreciate the past. You have done a great job for us. I mean, everywhere I go, you're there. And our board member too, you're there for us. Thank you very much for your services.
It's my honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, may I have a motion to approve the agenda for regular meeting of May 18, 2021?
So moved, Apodaca. Second, Beach.
Thank you. Daniel, please roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of May 4, 2021? Thank you. Daniel, please roll call.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
so next one will be our student board representative. It's from Cerritos High School. We have two. One is from Brian Koo and the other one Jedi Zachariah. Go ahead. Are you there, Brian and Jedi? Thank you. Go
We're
ahead.
here. Good evening, Board President, Mrs. Sophia Say, Board Vice President, Mrs. Sue Yu, ABC School Board members, and Superintendent Dr. Mary Sue. My name is Jaden Zachariah,
And my name is Brian Koo.
and we are pleased to have the honor of sharing Cerritos High School's events and activities which have recently taken place. Cerritos High has been running their simultaneous hybrid learning program with 228 students currently attending 4 days during the week. Students on campus have been adjusting well to the new environment and are glad to see their friends and teachers in person again. Regarding school events, our ASB Commissioners on Multicultural Affairs worked together with our Black Student Union Club for Black History Month, which highlighted culture, accomplishments, and current events to educate students through videos and homeroom announcements.
Zachariah, can you be a little louder for us, please?
Of course, sorry.
Thank you.
Project Diversity also took place in March, featuring videos from our school's cultural clubs. As for Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, the Commissioners on Multicultural Affairs are working with Taiwanese Club, Chikara Club, and Maza Indian Club to highlight AAPI culture and spread awareness on Asian hate crimes. Through using our school's resources, clubs have been able to work extremely hard to offer students a platform to share their voice and opinions, speaking out against racial injustice and discrimination. By allowing such discussions to occur, CHS ensures that we are a place where students are able to listen to others' experiences while becoming more educated on important issues. The junior class officers organized prom virtually, with the theme being Honeymoon Avenue. Voting took place online, and the two prom royalty winners were then crowned at the Cerritos Sculpture Garden. The sophomore class officers held a virtual spring formal with the theme of Blockbuster Week, featuring movie-themed dress-up days as well as fun events for the nominees to participate in, with voting also taking place online. The official members of ASB for the 2020-2021, 2021-2022 school year have been elected and appointed, with elections and interviews both being held virtually, and we look forward to future events with the cabinet members can hold.
As for athletics, CHS currently has 355 athletes competing in 18 different sports, with practices and games being held in our gyms, field, and courts. We're proud to announce that our seasons are moving along in a positive direction, testing all of our athletes negative when allowing them to perform in this modified environment. Our school is excited to see summer athletics start to move into a traditional environment with the approval of loosening protocols and the conditions to be announced. CHS would like to recognize the efforts made by our cross-country Dons who were able to stay undefeated in 3 divisions, girls varsity, boys JV, and girls JV, and also had only 1 loss for boys varsity, leaving them in a tie with Oxford Academy for first place. We also congratulate our school's football team on winning their first league title in 20 years. We hope to see that the 2021 to 2020 school season can begin for athletics back to normal this week after graduation.
Regarding extracurricular activities, the Model UN team excelled in both the Korean Model UN Conference and Vancouver Conference in January. The team also won the Best Delegation Award at the Berkeley MUN Conference. The MUN Nationals team attended the virtual National High School Model UN Conference in March, winning the highest awards of distinction in debates and research, debating with students from over 40 different countries. Cerritos MUN will also be hosting the first ever international conference, which will take place online from this weekend, the 21st to the 23rd, with schools from over 9 different countries. Cerritos yearbook class was able to produce a 280-page yearbook with the theme of connecting, And they will also be hosting a yearbook pickup and signing event on June the 7th for the seniors, with the event being sponsored by the CHS PTSA. CHTV filmed our annual Premios de Oro and Senior Award celebrations in the East Gym, with the Premios Awards airing June 2nd and the Senior Awards airing June 9th.
Finally, the students of Cerritos High School stand in solidarity with the survivors of sexual assault, and we admire their strength, courage, and bravery to share their stories and stand up for others. Cerritos High hopes to ensure that all students are learning in an environment in which they feel safe and comfortable in. CHS prides itself on staying ready, respectful, and real, and stresses the importance of upholding those values through our community coming together to support each other during difficult times. Thank you.
You have any? Yes, Vice President Ms. Yu.
Thank you, Brian, Ku, and Jaden Zechariah for your presentation and sharing about what's happening at your school. Really appreciate your service and your involvement and really promoting student involvement during this difficult pandemic times, and really look forward to the fall 2021 when everybody will be back in person. And I'm sure that you guys will be in the center of all these activities. And yeah, my daughter is a rising senior at Cerritos High School, and so happy to see her get involved in the sports also. So it's really encouraging to hear all the sports and the clubs, MUN activities all rolling out. That is fantastic. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Zachary and Mr. Ku. Wonderful presentation today about your Cerritos High School. And thank you upholding those values through the community and coming together to support each other during this difficult time. And thank you so much. And please, I want to have a good time and then waiting for the graduation. Thanks so much. Any other comment from my colleague here? If none, thank you. And sorry for waiting an additional 30 minutes till our board open. Thank you. So next one, we will have Superintendent report, Dr. Su.
Thank you so much. I do want to thank Brian Ku and Jaden Zechariah of Cerritos High School for an outstanding report tonight. Many participants have asked about the number of tickets we'll be offering for the graduation ceremonies in our high schools. We will be offering 4 tickets to all of our high school graduations this year. This has been our practice every year. We will assess the number of students and staff available at Cerritos High School to determine if it exceeds the 4 tickets available for them. Because we have to still wear masks and be socially distanced, we will not be able to offer any other guests on our stage. This means city council members or city managers from our local neighborhoods. We will only invite board members and 1 or 2 cabinet members to be on the stage at that time. Face coverings will remain in place until June 15. For unvaccinated individuals, they should continue to wear a mask. Vaccinated individuals may take their masks off in certain situations. Many families have also requested what will be happening for the next school year. We will open on August 23 with a 5 days a week program. On Friday, August 20th, 7th grade middle school students will return to school. Students and staff will still need to wear a mask since many of our students will not be vaccinated at that time. We will continue to follow the recommendations from our CDC guidelines as we approach the new year. We will continue to provide the ABC Virtual Academy. This option allows those students who are medically fragile to continue online. We're excited to have more students return in the next school year. On Tuesday, May the 11th, I spoke with Bob Kane, a Master in Governance faculty and workshop moderator. He has worked for our district numerous times in the past. He's developing a proposal for me to serve on a panel for the CSBA conference on December 1 through the 3rd. This will be in an in-person ceremony in San Diego as well as virtually. The topic of our workshop is how to improve student achievement without additional funding. In the evening, over 100 participants celebrated with our AXA Region 14 winners. This included our 3 selections, including Dr. Valencia Mayfield, the second, Assistant Superintendent of Academic Services, for her 2020 Valuing Diversity Award. Carol Castro, Supervisor of Secondary Curriculum and Instruction, was awarded the 2021 Curriculum and Instruction Administrator of the Year. John Berkeley, Principal at Whitney High School, was awarded the 2021 State Secondary Principal of the Year. He will be recognized in November during their AXA conference for this prestigious award as well. This was a virtual celebration for Region 14 Administrators of the Year. I was glad to see numerous of our board members, including President Sophia Say, our clerk Ernie Nishii, and board member Brad Beach and Dr. Olga Rios, to join us for this very special recognition. As of last week, 34% of our elementary students are back in person. 27% of our middle school students are back in person. Only 13% of all high school students are back in person. This totals 26% of all students are back in person either 2 days or 4 days a week. On Friday, May 14th, I visited Kennedy Elementary School classrooms with Principal Melissa Christensen. On Monday morning, I also visited Willow Elementary School with Principal Evelyn Ha. This Friday, I will also visit Palms Elementary School with Principal Julie Yabumoto. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Su. Next one will be our employee representative report. Are there any employee representative reports here today? Oh, hi, Tanya's
Yes, there
Hi,
is.
Tanya.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Doing
Go
well,
ahead.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Good evening, President Say, trustees, Dr. Sue, cabinet members, teachers, nurses, SLP students, families, and community members. I am Tanya Golden, an ABC teacher and ABC Executive Vice President. Recently, ABCFT held an election for their officers for the 2021 through 23 term. The following candidates were elected as officers. For President, Ray Gare. For Executive Vice President, Tanya Golden. For Treasurer, Connie Nam. Recording Secretary, Rachel Santos. Vice President of Child Development is Patty Alcantar. Vice President of Elementary Schools is Kelly Forsyth. Vice President of Middle Schools is Darren Ham. Vice President of High Schools, Megan Harding. Vice President of Adult School, Diane Junn. Vice President of Special Education, Stephanie Paluski. Vice President of Membership, Michael Hartshorn. And we have 2 vice presidents at large. That is Ruben Mancias and Kay Yang. We also last Wednesday, in collaboration with our national affiliate, AFT, ABCFT has hosted our 4th annual Teacher Leaders Showcase virtually this year. The intent of the program is for each participant to choose an education-related policy to complete their action research. Since October, the teacher leaders have met virtually twice a month after completing their primary job as teachers, and we had 1 speech language pathologist this year, where my fabulous co-facilitator, Erica Cook, a teacher from Cerritos Elementary, guided them through the cycle of inquiry, which supported their research journey. The teacher leaders have had structured time to learn together, practice advocacy, collaboration, and build relationships with teachers they may have never met otherwise. A memorable aspect of the Teacher Leaders Program is the community they create with the personal and professional bonds they form. It is so rewarding to experience the love and respect these teacher leaders have for one another as they support their peers throughout the program. The teacher leaders also learn about ABCFT's history, our union work, and the partnership with the district. This year's action research topics come directly from ABC classrooms and the work of teachers. The research topics are Early Childhood Educators' Experience in the Workplace by Laura Clevin, a Head Start teacher from Kennedy Elementary. District and School Site Supports with Dual Language Immersion by Edith Corrales and Aurelia Rojas, both dual language immersion teachers from Ferguson Elementary. Culturally Competent Classrooms by Megan Mitchell from Cerritos Elementary. Avid in TK Classrooms by Monique E. Ricci from Willow Elementary. And Collaboration with Speech and Language Pathologists and General Education and Preschool Teachers, and I'm sure you've guessed it, by our SLP, Janice Page, at Hawaiian Elementary and Cerritos High School. The Teacher Leaders Program is another way for members to become involved in their union and make a difference with education-related policies. ABCFT now has 42 members who has completed this powerful program. Over 70% of our teacher leaders are also active in our local union. They serve on our state and serve on our state and national affiliate committees as well. The work of the teacher leaders has also guided the work of ABCFT by offering mindfulness and writing workshops for teachers and advocating with the districts on topics such as restorative practices, student and teacher wellness, and how parents can better support student success. We are looking forward to the recommendations of this year's teacher leaders as well. Looking forward to supporting them, I should say. In closing, I would like to thank each teacher leader for an exceptional job, for persevering, and for sharing their important action research. Also, thank you, President Say and Trustee Brad Beach, for attending the showcase. We will send the presentations to each board member so you are able to learn more about the teacher leaders' action research and their recommendations based on their findings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Next one, do we have any CSEA representative there?
Yes, good evening, President Say, Dr. Sue, and Board of Trustees. My name is Dorothy Garcia, and I'm representing CSEA Chapter 24 of the ABC Unified School District. Tonight, I would like to share with you that we have yet to complete our negotiations. Our district prides itself on the leadership and partnership that has made it possible to educate our students during this very challenging time. I ask all of you, how much of this work do you think would be possible without the classified staff? If you can imagine for just 1 minute what a day without all classified support would look like. How would all that goes on behind the scenes get done? Who would answer the phone? Who would take attendance for the staff and report student attendance? Who would submit the personnel requisitions? Who would provide information to the parents? And who would fix things? Who would prepare lunches? Who would secure the safety of our students and staff? Who would clean to ensure that all was sanitized? Who would make sure that our schools had curb appeal and were well maintained? Who would ensure that all the computers and devices were in working condition so that the students and its administration can learn and communicate effectively? Who would ensure the students' documents are neatly kept and protected properly? Who would make sure that all employees were paid? Who would do all of this work if not classified? These are just a few of the things that our classified staff does here at ABC. Our classified staff is always here. We were always here because we know we are essential. I ask that you take into consideration what essential means to you, and then ask yourself which of these things that I have just mentioned could the district do without. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Next one, do we have ABCME presentation? Scott, do we have it? No? Okay. Well, next my report. Well, on May 11th, I attended the NCSA award ceremony where we had 3 leaders, as Dr. Seuss mentioned. So I will not go furthermore introduce on each one. But I do want to say is, as board, we want to congratulations to you all and thank you for your hard work and dedication. We appreciate you. On May 12th, I joined the celebrating with my colleague, Mr. Beat, our teachers at ABCFT Local 2317 Teacher Leader Showcase. And I want to add a little bit more after Vice President Union Tanya talking about the teachers have what they've done for their project. I want to say thank you to Vice President of ABCFT, Ms. Tanya Golden, for you organized the event, and it was great, and the presentation was well done. I will give a really short introduction about each presenter I think board would like to hear about. I do think our staff do pay a lot of attention and time based what not just involve that Tony was talking about to know the union on that day, but they also use the current issue that they see something that they can improve. And so I really appreciate they look in the improvement for better teaching. So there was number one, Willow Elementary School. I was there listening to Monique. She was talking about the research actually focused on AVI. But one of the highlights she's mentioned about make sure the student get ready and leave ready. And I like the way she said, get ready and leave ready. So we're not just prepared to get ready to school, but also prepare them the future career that kids wants to. And that was wonderful. And she recommended a couple of things. She was saying more study needs to be done and dropout rate for our school and see what else we can improve in that. I know our dropout rate is really low compared to other school districts. Our college and college readiness, and we're also working with the college, community college together. We have meeting I think every 3 months or 1 month. Then Megan Mitchell, which is the one just got tenure today. She's from Cerritos Elementary School, 5th grade teacher. She also is my daughter's classmate at Whitney High School. Okay, she was talking about a cultural competency. She mentioned highlights under each other's more and self-awareness and learning the student. She talked about future teaching 21st century learners. And she was focused on the goal. I really like the way she recommend ongoing professional development, expanding ethics study to elementary. Right now, I think we're focused on high school. Unfortunately, during the COVID-19, we only went to one high school and we're working elaborate to all high school and more further. So she also recommend officer for equity, diversity, and inclusion. But I want to say, yeah, we also had a position open. We're proud the job opening right now. So the next one is Janice Page. She's a speech pathologist. She was talking about major focus on the communication. She thinks effective teamwork begins and ends with the communication. And her wish is really in the future, she can, every time the school starts, she'll be there and make a short presentation to let the staff know who she is, how she can help our district. And Ferguson Elementary School, which is Edith Corrales and Orala. And she was focused on the dual language. She mentioned about we do have 2 sites by language there we need to improve more. And the last one was Laura Guzman Calvin, which is from early childhood educated experience and working plan. And she focus on the partnership, compassion, awareness. And one of the things her concern is she feel some of the early childhood educator, they have a bachelor degree, they has a master's degree, some of them, but the pay is kind of lower than others. And which is, when I heard that, I feel right away because I have the childcare educator license. I have that. And I realize the pay is low, but this is common how the position offer out there. So I want to thank you, Laura. Your presentation was great and I heard it. On May 14th, I had a meeting with the auditor, Mr. Jeff Nigro, through the Zoom. And I find out Mr. Nigro went to our school district from K to 4th grade. Our discussion were on the audit on our current financials. There were no issues so far. Our staff will close the book this summer, then submit them for audit in September. We'll get the final audit report between December and January. This is just update to my colleague here. I also have in this time, I want to add a little comment recommendation to our superintendent, Dr. Su. I know you already talked about the in-person education plan already for our next coming fall. I really appreciate, I see you trying so hard to meet all needs. You're not just only facing to our student and parent needs, but you also have facing to your cabinet, your principal and the teachers needs that, you've been pulling on both sides. But I just quick question, and I know we discussed about it. If we have a definite plan, presentation will be done by Dr. Valencia on the next June 1st meeting. I will request that if you can. I really appreciate, because we want to be early start, let the parent know what's our plan for in-person education. The second one is I also want to have a great connection with our local pharmacy or agent to provide vaccine site. Not just only one area, I like to have 2. One is, I know we have one kind of dedicated, Dr. Su will talk about. We'll have one in Cowan Garden and Lakewood, but I also hope we can get one for Cerritos and Letitia and men's side there if we can get one. So this pharmacy, they recommend for vaccine, especially provided vaccine for age 12 and above. Okay, I know Dr. Su and Mr. Smith been working on the project. I want the board to know that we are working that, but we need to be more active to get this vaccine out there for children who 12 years and older for that. And we know what happened nowadays in outside the Asian country area, the COVID has become worse. There's another strain just came out and very dangerous. So we need to work very actively involved with the parent and children to see who wants to get the shots, and we want to provide out real quick. So Dr. Su, I'd like to ask you to help to facilitate as soon as possible. And I also sent another information about one of the vendor and as work with our parents locally and want to provide the services. So thank you very much. That will be my end report. And I want to thank you guys for listening. The next one, it will be where I am. We'll have the expanded learning opportunity grant ELOC. Dr. Valencia, are you and I think that Tuan, you guys gonna give us a presentation, am I right? That's what I see here. Thank you. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Say, members of the board, and Dr. Su, members of our community. This evening, we have prepared a presentation regarding our expanded learning and opportunities grant, and we're bringing forth the recommendations to the board. Thank you. So there is a required process that we've been engaged in since April. In April, we met with our principals, district leaders, employee representative groups to talk about the early learning opportunity grants, what is required of this grant, and to ask for their feedback on the recommendations that are being presented this evening. In May, principals were asked to present these presentations to their own school staff, their own parents, and their own school community. We also held a parent meeting, a family meeting at the district level, and we also collected their feedback and recommendations. Those recommendations that we've collected through the process of April and May have been included in tonight's presentation that we are sharing with the board as an information item. On June 1st, we'll return to the board with this information as an action item. The law requires us to receive board approval on or before June 1st in order for us to access these funds and utilize them to implement our plan. We hope to be able to receive that board approval on June 1st so that we can begin to implement the plan as early as July.
So the ELOC grant is part of AB 86 that was passed in March of 2021. Under AB 86, the district is expected to receive about $13.4 million for this grant. And again, the purpose of this grant is, as indicated here, is to expand the learning opportunity for students beginning July 1st of this coming year. So how do we get 13.4? The funding formula follow the local control funding formula that the district received, plus $1,000 per students that have been identified as homeless. So we have on record with the state about 77 of those students. So we get 77,000 plus the LCFF funding formula. That's that up to about $13.4 million. And this money there's some restrictions with this money, right? We have to spend it by August 31st of 2022. It has to be spent to support or to implement the 7 supplemental instructions and support strategies that we will discuss more in details. And it needs to support at least one of the following categories of students. And you can see it here: English learners, students come from low-income backgrounds, foster youth, students without permanent housing, students with disabilities, at-risk students. So the list is on there, and as you can see, basically it covers large groups of students that will need additional help in this coming year.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. So as Mr. Nguyen indicated, we're required to actually develop a plan and submit that plan. The plan must be aligned to one or more of the 7 supplemental instruction and support strategies. And so this evening, you will hear how our recommendations are aligned to one or more of these supplemental instruction and support strategies. The first one addresses extending the instructional learning time or minutes. The second one includes accelerating the progress to close the learning gap by offering tutoring support, learning recovery programs, or training of educators, both certificated and classified. The third area is an integrated approach to supporting students, recognizing that there are other barriers that interfere with students being able to learn or access their learning. And those integrated supports can include provisions for health, counseling, mental health services, access to school meals, before and after school programs, and programs that address student trauma and social emotional learning. And the fourth area addresses community learning hubs, and that is to ensure that students have access to technology, high-speed internet, and other academic supports. And the fifth area is a support for credit deficient students to complete graduation or grade promotion requirements, and to increase or improve students' college eligibility. And number 6 is additional academic services, such as diagnostic, progress monitoring, and benchmark assessments for student learning. And area 7 is training for school staff, particularly in the areas of trauma-informed practices, how to engage students and families in addressing students' social emotional health needs and academic needs. In the area of extending instructional learning time, our recommendation includes a range of options for schools: intervention support, additional instructional blocks, Saturday programs, block schedules, and expanded summer school program for students who are performing at grade level. At the last board meeting, I shared a presentation on a summer school program that targets specifically students who were below grade level. In this proposal tonight, we are addressing the request to include a summer school program that also addresses students who are at grade level. Our student groups who we are targeting for these specific supports are English learners, students from low-income background, foster care, students experiencing homelessness, as well as students who are at grade level. On the summary page, Mr. Nguyen will go over the budget for all of these items. In the area of offering tutoring or other one-on-one small group learning support, our recommendation is to bring forth a learning intervention reading specialist at each elementary school. This learning intervention reading specialist will be part of the tiered intervention support for schools. Will work directly with providing reading support for students who are struggling with reading. That direct service could include helping students to learn how to read, focusing on decoding, fluency, and reading comprehension. This individual will be responsible for assessing and progress monitoring the students' progress, specifically in the area of reading, providing support for classroom teachers as well, and strategies specific to helping students to read and access core curriculum. They'll play an important role in the response to intervention support structures. In addition to each elementary school receiving a learning intervention reading specialist, we also recognize the need to continue offering tutoring support for elementary through high school students. That tutoring support most likely will take place after school for elementary through high school students who need help to complete schoolwork or homework assignments. The students that we're targeting with these resources specifically are English learners and students who are below grade level. Another area of one-on-one or small group learning structure is the recommendation to provide reduced number of combo classes or reduce class sizes and provide extra para support. Our priority will be Title I schools. So we would want to make sure that at our Title I elementary schools, any classes that have a combo class, that we would work towards reducing those combo classes so that it's just one class, and as well as reducing class sizes or providing extra para support. In the area of providing training for learning recovery programs, we would like to actually begin these services as early as this summer and continue throughout next school year. These services target specifically our special education teachers, and that is to ensure that they are trained or certified in highly effective research-based practices. The PEERS program for education and enrichment of relational skills is a social skills intervention curriculum for students with disabilities. This program is a comprehensive social skills program that uses a lot of video modeling to really address big conceptual concepts for students. Examples would be job interviewing, applying for college, dating. Skill streaming is also another social skills intervention program that uses modeling and role playing. This is a step-by-step program with step-by-step lessons in helping students to manage the day-to-day interactions with their peers. For example, on how to join a conversation, how to ask if they can join someone in play. Linda Moo Bell Seeing Stars program is a program targeted specifically for students who need reading support and learning how to read. In this program, the focus is on phonological support, which has to do with speech and sound, and orthographic processing, which is learning to spell. So teaching students different strategies to learn how to spell, as well as the Linda Moo Bell Visualizing and Verbalizing program, in which teachers learn how to use concept imagery to help students create images as a point of, for the purpose of comprehension and higher order thinking skills. Another program is Step Up to Writing, in which students are provided a very structured, multisensory approach to writing. And IXL Math and Language Arts is an online computer adaptive program that targets individual students' specific needs in the areas of math and English language arts. These services are targeting students in special education as early as our early intervention program, including students from elementary to high school and students in our adult transition program. Continuing with educator training for certificated staff, we would also like to bring forth the recommendation to expand teachers who are being trained for special education in the area of developing individualized transition plans. ITPs are plans in which include both short and long-term goals. And particularly when a student turns 16 years old, they should have a plan that's not only reflective of their academic goals and progress as a high school student, but that plan should also extend beyond high school to indicate their short and long-term goals for postgraduate. So what are their plans after high school? And reflect both areas of students' interest, as well as their aptitude, as well as their achievement. And so it really does address both currently their high school experience, as well as students' plans beyond high school. Continuing educator training for both certificate and classified staff. I would like to recommend that we start the school year with 2 days of professional learning for both teachers, as well as our nurses, our child development staff, and our paraeducators. The topics will include trauma-informed practices, social-emotional health and academic needs, our curriculum, culturally responsive pedagogy, and technology integration. And that would be training for teachers to support all students. In the area of integrated student supports to address other barriers to learning, ABC has been very fortunate to have mental health professionals assigned to every school. We recognize that all students, all staff, and all of us have experienced various levels of trauma due to the pandemic. And we also recognize the need to be prepared for when students return fully in the fall and to provide another level of support under the mental health umbrella. Board Certified Behavior Analysts, or BCBAs, are trained specifically in how to address students' behaviors and to help students to align those behaviors to more appropriate behaviors for in the classroom. So they deal with students who maybe experience trauma that leads to outbursts like yelling or screaming, and other inappropriate behaviors. And so they work to develop a plan to alter the classroom learning environment, to help students to be successful in the classroom, and to help students to adjust those behaviors so that they're more appropriate for the learning room, the learning environment. In this area, we would also acknowledge the need for nursing support for students in our after-school program. In ABC, we offer a fee-based after-school program, our extended day program, and we also offer our ACES program, which is a Prop 49 funded program at our Title I school. In those programs, we have students who receive nursing support during the school day. And so clearly there is still a need to have students have access to that nursing support if they're in our after-school program. So we want to look at how to extend that nursing support for students who are in the after-school program. Some of our high schools have shared concerns regarding student interactions and the need to be proactive so that we don't find ourselves being reactive. And so they've asked for gang intervention training at specific high schools where students are taught how to build relationships, how to conflict mediate, and how to work together. We also want to provide additional support for students who are experiencing homelessness. That support could be in the form of housing, food, and clothing vouchers. Those basic needs to help students to be able to come to school daily. Also at our Title I elementary and middle school, we recognize the need for a community liaison who play a critical role in helping us to ensure that students are attending school daily, making those connections to families, determining what students' basic needs are and how we can work to support the families so that students can come to school. As well as at two of our high schools, student relations coordinator. When we look at our Healthy School Survey data, 54% of our students say that they don't feel connected to school at the high school level. We recognize a need to work to improve that percentage. And so these high schools have requested support for individuals who will help connect students to feel connected, to build relationships with them, to mentor them. And these are our students who are typically not engaged or not feeling a part of the school community. So to really help address that particular need. In the area of support for credit deficient students to complete graduation or to grade promote, we are wanting to continue to offer our credit recovery programs that are offered during the school day. The content of those courses are very challenging. And so there is a need to also complement those courses with content teachers who can support the students who are in those online courses. We also recognize the need to have specific programs geared towards our newcomers and long-term English learners. Schools will have access to funds where they can develop programs specific to their own newcomers population and their own long-term English learners programs. Our schools have also requested support for their college and career counselors who would be working with all students. So our students that we're targeting with this resource is 7th to 12th grade students who are credit deficient, are English learners, and students in high school. And the last area is training for our classified staff, specific to social emotional learning, trauma-informed practices, and cultural proficiency. We recognize our classified staff are essential to our school community. In most cases, in some cases, they are the first individuals that our students encountered upon coming on campus. And it's important that they too are knowledgeable about social emotional learning and how that affects students' behavior and academic and the way we can support them.
So this slide provides a summary of what we call our learning recovery plan. How do we plan to spend the $13.4 million that the board will be asked to approve at the next board meeting to support our students in this coming year? So we follow the 7 strategies provided by the state. So I will provide a quick summary here. This is a summary of what Dr. Mayfield have just described in detail for you. So this is a 1 page. If you need to refer back, you can know this is how much we are spending our money, the $13.4 million. So the first item is $2.5 million to provide extended learning time by providing access to additional support blocks, course offerings before, during, and after school, and expand summer school. The second category will be to provide each elementary school with a learning intervention reading specialist and also provide tutoring support for students, about $2.5 million here. The third items, we are looking to reduce class size or reduce combination classes or provide additional support, paraeducator support to the lower classes. And this is the priority would go to the Title I schools. So we are planning to spend about $3 million in that. With that budget, we are looking to do either or hopefully all 3 of these things if possible. So we are looking to provide set aside funding to train our special education teachers, about $735,000 in total on the different learning recovery programs and also on the individualized transition plans. We are, in addition to all the training, provide set aside 2 days of professional learnings for teachers and paraeducators to support our students. We are looking to provide support to our students in the areas of health, trauma, behavioral, and social emotional needs. And we are setting aside $1.9 million for this effort. We are looking at provide additional support for secondary students, 7 to 12 grades, to complete graduations or grade promotion requirements. And the last item, we are looking at training our classified staff to identify students who need trauma-informed practices. They are the ones sometimes deal with our students, and sometimes they can spot the issues or the problems that our students have and reported that, so we can refer them and support them accordingly. So that would add up to the $13.4 million of what we like to call our learning recovery plan to support our students. And this is all surrounding students from TK to 12th grade and the adult transition program. With that, I will turn it back to Dr. Mayfield.
And that ends our presentation for President Say. Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be quick. I know that this is only an information item, and I will have some feedback I'd like to submit to staff, if possible, to include for the final board vote, and we can make it available to the rest of the board. Just a quick question. So is this specific to the pandemic to recover that loss, because we're calling it that, or is this something that's as a grant renewable year after year? Is it just this 1 year?
Yes, 1 year funding source
Okay.
intended specifically to address learning loss.
Okay, because as I hear it and I see what this is, I think amazing at filling in the gaps that I imagine everybody that's on this board has been probably at one point or another bringing to the attention of the school district. And I think it's great that our staff, will get trained in some of these more modern methods I think is very important. So they'll retain that knowledge. I wonder if, especially for interventions, if 1 year is enough. So, I mean, even though I know this is just for 1 year, but obviously this is gonna, in some way, shape or form, mold our methodology moving forward. Is this gonna have an impact on how we do things? Especially, some of these things, this is like a wish list to see some of this stuff. I want to keep all of it, right? But obviously with the price tag. So if you could comment, on how, while we have it, how we'll benefit in the long term instead of just, this one time to fill in the gaps. Is that possible?
Absolutely. At the June 1st board meeting, there'll be additional presentation on additional funding that we're receiving. And so when we were developing this plan, we really looked at it as a comprehensive 3-year plan.
Thank you.
That included a combination of funding sources. So tonight you're only hearing of 4 different funding sources. So at the next meeting, we'll speak more specifically to the other 3 funding sources, and you'll have a complete picture of all of it. So our approach is a comprehensive approach of both academic and social emotional needs.
I think this is an amazing launch pad, especially for some of the, as I mentioned, the more modern methodologies, especially with trauma-informed practices, being able to have, I'll stop there, but I think this is great. We have to find a way to capitalize on it without obviously having the price tag year after year. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Deep.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to first commend staff for getting 2 professional learning days out of this grant, so it didn't have to come out of our general fund for staff training. I think that's excellent. My question is, do we have any grants or one-time funds for kids that aren't in these 7 groups? Because a lot of parents have reached out to me, their kids might be getting 3s, but they feel missing the 32 days. They've had learning loss. Will there be any programs for them?
Absolutely. And so we are addressing particular students who are so we call those our at grade level students. And so this summer we will serve students in 4th through 6th grade. We can serve up to about 600 students. And so we're looking at about 30 to 32 students from each elementary school, 10 from 4th grade, 10 from 5th grade, and 10 from 6th grade. And of course, if those families decline, then we'll just go to the next students on the grid list. And so that's one approach, and that's for all students. So that's for our students who are at grade level. As well as in our middle and high school, students this summer will have a chance to take math advanced courses. So students who want to advance to the next level of math, as well as students who want more support in math and language art will be able to take those courses this summer in middle and high school. And so that's open for all students. Our college and career staff will also be available to help all students at the high school level with college and career planning. Our students who are looking for academic support, be it tutoring, so any student who indicates a need for help with their homework will be able to access the after-school tutoring support that will be available for students, and that's open to all students. So there are services in this particular proposal that is open and available for all students.
So in the scenario where you mentioned the kids at grade level, the teacher will identify kids that their parents should be contacted, or can parents contact the school and say, I'd like to request to have my kid attend?
So we haven't worked out the details of the process. We're going to, our approach that we're considering right now is to announce to families that on this date, we'll be releasing, 30 slots at each school, 10 per grade level. It'll be a lottery. The first ones who get their application submitted and turned in as a free service will be those who will be selected. We're also wanting to make sure we consider teacher recommendation, because while there may be students who are at grade level, they may say that this student is kind of borderline and would benefit from being in a summer school program. And so that may decrease slots that are just available for open lottery. And so we're looking at a combination approach to how we may fill those slots.
Thank you.
Okay. Next one will be Ernie, and then follow with Sue. Go ahead, Ernie.
Thank you, Madam President. First is the 25,000 for special education. I think that's a great program. Actually, it's a good idea. I'm almost even wondering whether that should be a little bit more, because it's the whole point of this is for the special education kids to have independent skills to transition to their next phase of life, and they've lost the year pretty much. And so I wouldn't be objecting to if you thought that this is a conservative amount of 25,000.
So that's actually to expand who's receiving the training.
I understand.
So our classroom teachers are trained annually in this service. In hearing feedback from our parents at our parent meeting, there was acknowledgement that other staff could benefit from this training. And so we did account for that in this calculation. And we feel that this amount will allow us to address expanding to the other staff who still need training in this area.
Okay. So anything that we can do to help those special ed kids that have transitioned from a high school setting or whatever setting that they're at to independent living or whatever they're going to be going into because they lost a year, whether it's training or other particular things that they need, I would be open to that.
Thank
Second
you.
one was regarding the reading support that you're providing to all schools, and I think that's actually great. I've heard a lot of positive feedback from specific principals that thought the reading specialist is something that they would like to have continue on beyond just the 3-year span, and so they're really thrilled with that potential opportunity. So I think that's great. The last one is about instruction. So I think Board Member Beach touched upon this. Basically, there was asynchronous Wednesdays, which I know they got some instruction asynchronously, but essentially it's 8 months that we have in school. Every Wednesday is 4 days. It's 32 days of lost opportunity that the teacher could help the child and all children. So I see that you have $2.5 million towards that particular activity to catch them up in terms of instruction. The number one way to catch up is to have more instruction because the teachers have a lot of value to this whole process. And I'm glad that we're going to provide education for our summer school, 600 students, but you know, we have 19,000 students in our districts that all lost a Wednesday. So if there was any way, even if we double dipped and increased this dollar figure of 2.5 to 5 million or whatever that is, I know the issue is staff. We don't have enough people to address this issue. I get it. But if you came to me and said, we want more instructional, something for our kids, I'd say double this part about the instruction. And yes, let's get those teachers out there. Instead of 600 kids, let's serve at least 1,200. I know there's 19,000 kids in our district. We're not going to serve all 19,000 during the summer, but we got to get closer to 19,000 than just less than 1%. So I'm hoping we can do that. You know, I'm hoping that we can do more than, you know, I'm hoping we can get to 32 days of instruction additional that we lost. We may not get to 32 days, but that should be the ultimate goal because, and we're not going to help the seniors. They're already going to graduate out. And the incoming kindergartners, they didn't lose anything really. But everybody in between, we should be trying to serve them and give them what they didn't get in terms of everything else that the pandemic wrought on us. So I'm hoping that, again, if you increase the supplemental instruction and support alignment, I would be very much for that. And if you found a way to make this reading support better or longer term, I know a lot of principals would love that. And if you help the special ed kids, $25,000 is great, but I bet you guys could do a lot more with just a little bit more. If you can make $25,000, help those special ed kids catch up a little bit and have an independent life, you know, I'm very much okay if you had expanded that. So that's all, Madam President.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Yu.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Mayfield. You've had to come up with new projects almost every month, it seems like. I mean, the management spent so many hours, I understand. But I am
Thank
very
you.
encouraged to see 13.4 million, you know, for our ABC to receive this grant. This is very ideal because we have been concerned about the learning loss. But so to understand this clearly, this grant is not limited to just this student population described here, the learning English learners, low income backgrounds.
That's correct. They are the primary group that the resources should be targeted, but it can expand to include all students.
Okay. Now, one of the biggest, practically, I'm a very practical person. Because this is something that's very new, parents are usually not really aware of the program that's available in the school. So the communication and how it rolls out, that is my biggest concern, because usually the parents who sign their kids up are the ones who actually benefit the most. But the kids who really need the most help are the parents who are oblivious and they're slow. So what can be done to reach those families, especially those students in this group? Because these parents are the ones who are working all the time. They're essential workers, and a lot of those students are falling behind. There is a learning loss. And then, of course, there's the majority of the students who went through the pandemic, and there are, so I think identifying, I want to recommend that the teachers who work with the students every day are the ones really who can identify which students really would need that additional support. And I think that it would be very helpful and efficient if the teachers and counselors actively reach out to those students and the families in a systematic way. So we would embrace more students who really need that help.
So I would like to clarify that we have two different summer school programs. And both summer school programs at the elementary level will serve 600 students. So the summer school program that I spoke at the last board meeting, those are students who are performing below grade level. We identify those students and communicate directly with those families to recruit and bring those students to school. And as indicated at the last board meeting, we have about 98% attendance rate by the students we identified to attend that particular summer school program. So we serve about 600 students in that program. At the board request, we are expanding to offer a second program, and that's the program that's included tonight. Tonight's program also serving 600 students. So both programs are serving approximately the same number of students. It is due to the fact that we don't have additional teachers. And so we can only serve the number of students that we can staff up to and ensure that we're creating a very safe virtual learning room for our students where they can really engage in learning. And so for our program that we're talking about this evening, these are students who are at grade level. And it will be a combination of teacher recommendation for students who are at grade level, but also if teachers don't have targeted students that they want to recommend, then we still want to provide that opportunity for families through an open lottery approach to secure those spots. And so we are serving at the maximum capacity of our staffing availability. And so, yes, we will target specific families.
Is this only for the summer school or throughout the school year?
So the summer school program is what we're speaking about currently. Intervention supports are supports that provided after school, and those intervention supports can be provided for students who are at grade level if they have targeted specific areas where they're showing that they need additional support. So even for students who are at grade level or students who are not at grade level can benefit from our after-school intervention supports, our Saturday academies. So all of those extended learning opportunities are available for all students.
Available for all students during the school year as well?
During the school year as well.
Yes, because that's another concern I have is I think the availability to all the students would be very important because the most important subjects like English and math, especially math, I think many students will experience the need. And if they have access to tutoring or that support after school, I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah,
And-
absolutely. So these funds will be
Mhm.
made available at all of our schools.
Mhm, mhm.
And so even our high performing schools.
Yes. yes, of
So they'll
course.
have access to these funds, and if they have students at their school who
Mhm.
need the intervention support, then they can also participate as well.
So the principals are going to actively engage with the parents and communicate that, hey, these programs are available for your children during the orientation, the open house, so forth.
Yeah, each school approaches how they communicate and work with families differently. And so we would lead that to the individual schools on how they're going to recruit the families, notify the families, involve the families. Schools will also have the ability to design the programs around their own students' needs. And so
Right,
it's not
right.
a one shoot fit all approach.
Right,
And so if a school has a higher English learner need, then they may design their intervention supports specifically for their English learners. Another school may have students who are at grade level, but are showing gaps in math. And so they may design a after-school intervention program specifically for students who need to address those specific standards in math. And so we really are going to rely on principals and school teams to define how their intervention programs look, what the process will be for identifying and selecting students for those programs. In most cases, when the programs are embedded as part of school day, the principals and teachers, communicate and are successful at getting those students to engage.
Okay, so for high performing schools, they're also getting the grant, so they can come up with program to not just supplement, but to even strengthen the program, strengthen math or strengthen English.
Correct.
Okay, so for high performing schools, for example, they can use this grant to offer like speech and debate or something like that to enhance English.
Yeah, we would expect them to have a way that they are assessing what the learning needs are for students and also assessing that the program was effective at meeting those needs.
Okay, well, that's really good to hear. We're able to serve both ends with this grant. Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Dr. Rios, go ahead.
Yes, I think that I share with my colleagues in the fact that, we're very excited to see such support, and $13 million will hopefully go a long way. I do have some comments and concerns to share. Let me see, I'll go page by page. As far as tutoring and the one-on-one small group learning supports provided by certificate or classified staff, I highly recommend that we not use classified staff. If these students are struggling and need support, I'd like to think that given that we have the money, that support will be provided by a certificated person that is trained in that. And I do notice the reading specialist. Something else to add to that, there are going to be schools that are going to have a small amount of students who are in need of reading intervention, where you're going to have schools that have a majority of the students, given our data. So I like to think that accommodations are going to be made to provide support for schools that are going to have that higher demand. In the next area, as far as, well, actually, this is along with this. I hope that the programs that we're using are research-based and that the people that are going to be providing these research-based programs are going to be appropriately trained. Again, I hope that we're not looking at what the cheapest solution out there is, but instead what the most quality solution, what the highest quality solution that is available. Trauma-informed practices. I mean, again, I am super excited to see this. We know that, a lot of kids have experienced trauma, and when you come at a kid that's having a crisis or is struggling, instead of saying, why did you do that? If you instead ask things like, what is going on? You get a very unique answer. And a lot of times it's a very sad answer, but it allows us to understand where they're coming from and, more importantly, provide adequate support. We do have students that are more vulnerable, and although I do agree with my colleagues in that all students need learning recovery, I would like to think that they agree that there are students that are very vulnerable and that we should prioritize, because in the long run, it benefits us all. We want a high-performing district. We talk a lot about equity. Here's an opportunity for us to attain it truly when it comes to student achievement. I would have liked to have seen something about restorative practices in item 3.
I'm a little concerned with this gang intervention training. I remember speaking to the gang intervention person at Hawaiian Gardens, and he was telling me about how proud he was that for the first time in recent times, he had walked into a class and asked a class of third graders, raise your hand if you know somebody who's in a gang. And all the kids looked at each other like, what is he talking about? I think that in our communities, we've gone a long way, and we've learned that, support goes a long way. More than, I hope this doesn't mean another police officer at a high school, but rather somebody who's truly going to provide, not that police officers don't provide support, but counseling or something of that nature. Community liaisons. I like to think that we've always had community liaisons at our schools. Have we not?
No, we have not. Not at some schools use site funding to pay for a person, but no, it's not standard.
Okay, because I'm going to be incredibly troubled to find that, some of the things that we're adding to this list are already being provided and somehow we're just going to fund them out of this grant because that is not the intention of the grant. Yeah, again, this is not about saving money. It's about providing additional supports to really get us to that place where we meet our students' needs. In the area of providing supports for English language learners, this was incredibly vague to me. I would really like to see from staff more, we saw in the data that I had asked previously that our English learners were the most vulnerable and the ones that were performing the worst. Here I don't, I see counselors. I mean, they've already been doing this, so I don't know how we plan. I mean, is it going to be additional counselors that we're talking about? What are we saying here for the high schools? This is on page 13.
So first, if I can address the newcomers and long-term English learners supports, you'll hear in our other plan that we're going to be focused on training our teachers in the ELD roadmap that just rolled out by the state. In that, it talks about different program designs based on different student groups. We also know that in talking to our principals, that the students that they're serving, for example, our newcomers are coming from very different places with different needs. And so we are being very intentional in working more directly with schools around their own programs and their own student needs and how they want to design that. So the intent of this is to call out our target area in terms of specific program designs. That's something we'll be working with individual schools on over the summer on what will that program look like in terms of servicing those students' needs.
Yeah.
College and career counselors is something that really came forth from our high school principals. They feel that they don't have there's inconsistency in terms of having a designated person who that's what their full-time job is. And also in talking with our families who have children with special education, they also felt that these individuals did not have as much knowledge about how to support students in special education. And so this intent is to ensure that high schools do have a designated person to make sure that that person is broader trained in how to support both general ed and high schools and special education students.
Okay, and again, I know that our teacher already has one, so I'm hoping that this means additional.
Correct, and that's how our teachers should be using these funds, is to expand that.
Okay, wait a minute. What do you mean Artesia? This is out of this fund.
Artesia and all the other high schools. So if schools have an existing person, the intent here is to expand that support. But at some schools, they don't have a designated person.
And let me see. How to itemize and make sure I covered. Okay, good. I hope that data is being collected. I expect at some point a detailed report of what students were served. I hope that all of us expect the effectiveness and the quality of the programs. This is a lot of money. I hope that we're going to get that it's a good return, that we'll get a good return on our investment. Again, to reiterate, I hope this are, and it sounds like they are additional and not recovery items or items that were in existence and now we want to pay out of this grant. Again, trauma-informed practices. I noticed that it said that you're going to focus on classified. I don't think it would hurt for all staff, from management all the way down to our certificated, to revisit trauma-informed practices and really be the way that we lead our district, including our board, because I don't know how many of you were trained in trauma-informed practices. I learned about it at NSBA, but I don't know. Something I didn't talk about. We know the importance of reading by third grade. I wonder if this is an opportunity for us to implement an initiative where we make sure, since we're talking about 3 years, that our kids are reading by 3rd grade. We know the terrible statistics of kids that don't read by 3rd grade. You know, they tend to not graduate high school. You look at incarceration rates, and these are kids, people that end up in jail, or because they didn't know how to read and write well by then. So I'd like to get ahead of that and really put a lot of our efforts into ensuring that every child in ABC is reading proficiently by 3rd grade. And just lastly, again, this is a great opportunity for us to really close the achievement gap and attain equity, and overall improve our district, because we are a good district, but we can be great. That ends my report.
Thank you. Is anyone else? No. I just have one quick question on page 15, number 8. Well, first of all, thank you for this wonderful short-term program, for working very hard to set up this whole recommendation to the board. Number 8, accommodation class reduction and class size reduction. Does it require hiring more staff, temp staff, or not really?
Yes, this item would require the hiring of additional elementary teachers.
So it does require. Okay, thank you. Okay, and here none, we'll just go to, thank you, Dr. Mayfield.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you for your detailed presentation. The next one's our public comment. Clerk Nishi, do we have any?
Yes, let me read the preamble. Persons wishing to address the board should provide public comments during the public comments section via the following method: myabcusd.org board meetings, and use this link or phone number to participate in the Zoom meeting. Using Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature during the public comments portion of the agenda or during the public comments time after an agenda item. Using a phone, please use *9 to raise your hand during the public comments portion of the agenda or during the public comments time after an agenda item. Then use *6 to unmute yourself when you're called upon to speak. Comments will be presented during the public comments section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to 1 presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. It's currently 9:55. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select the spokesperson to address the board. Comments submitted regarding a specific agenda item will be presented following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks regarding a person's race, ancestry, sex, ethnic group, identification, color, national origin, sexual orientation, gender, mentally or physically disabled, or age may not be made. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. Mr. Smith, do we have any public comments?
We do this evening.
I apologize,
December.
point of order, Madam President, just for the record, to show that it's not 9:55, it was 8:55 when Mr. Nishi made the comment, just for the minutes.
Thank you. You're right. I'm
right.
almost going to correct this, 8:55. And when you
I-
get 9:55, so whoa.
I apologize, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Madam
No,
President.
go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Apodaca. Thank you, President Say. Board Clerk, we do have public comments this evening. The first one will be from Vicky Yamashita.
How many do we have?
Right now, we have about 7.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead and unmute.
Hi, good evening. Is it just my voice, or is it, are you seeing me as well? I'm
We
not.
can just hear you.
Okay. Hi, good evening. My name is Vicky Yamashita, she, her. I'm a veteran teacher at Cerritos High School. I'm in my 33rd year here with ABC. The subject I teach is art. So thank you, board members and board president, and Dr. Sue, for hearing me out tonight. Tonight, I'd like to address this board with some comments about a new program that was implemented at Cerritos High School, and it's also been implemented at Whitney High School. And the program is run by CCEJ, the California Conference for Equity and Justice. And I believe you're familiar enough with it that I don't have to spend my time, my minutes talking, educating you about it, but I'll be happy to take questions if there are some gaps. So I'm going to kind of move on to say that this experience that I have had being a part of this program was incredible. I got to take 6 of my classes through 5 one-hour sessions of one of their flagship programs called Conscious Classrooms. And in it, I watched incredible growth. I watched students open up. I saw them, some of them even transform. And then when I did a follow-up and got some comments from them, I got incredible testimonials from them, such as, I think this is important for students to learn these things in school, because we are the future of our society, which means that we need to make we need to be made aware of these problems like discrimination and racism, and hopefully we can solve them in the future. A student said CCJ gave an opportunity for us students and teachers to talk about things that we don't normally have interactions about, sensitive topics that might have discomfort, but in the big picture, it's a great way to share and learn ideas. Now, I actually have 100-something testimonials that I won't read for you tonight, but that's just a small sampling of some of the powerful things that students opened up with. And
3 minutes.
And thank you. You know, we all know that this last 16, 17 months have been an incredible journey. It's broken some of us, but in some ways it's cracked some of us open, and it's allowed us to witness and kind of take in some things that we otherwise wouldn't normally see. I would like to just continue to sing the praises of this kind of program, because what it brought into focus with my students and I was allowed to witness is their emotional and physical growth, and how important the safety is for them, and how important the safety and emotional safety is to all of our wellness. You know, we can't have productivity or learning if we do not have a basic level of safety and emotional health. And I've seen all of these students go through this and feel seen. At the end of the day, we just want to be seen. We want to feel valued. We want to be heard. And this program checked off all of those boxes and more. It's very forward thinking. It falls within the purview of the whereas statement that the board made back in June to declare that this is an anti-racist district, and we want to take bold steps moving forward into that. And I would be remiss to leave out a thanks to Dr. Mayfield, who helped to get this program into Cerritos High School. But as of this year, we did only get to about, I think only about under 10% of the students. And a program like this really should go wide. And it really, in order to really kind of create a whole person in every one of our students that we are here to serve and that we value so much. That is pretty much it for my comments tonight, other than to ask that perhaps if we get some time at a future board meeting to make a presentation with a little bit more details and an ask. If anyone has any questions, I can speak directly to the benefits of the program, since I was a very grateful recipient to watch 145 students go through this and transform.
Thank you for your comment. The next public comment will be from Monet Jenkins. Go ahead and unmute. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Monet Jenkins. I am one of the representatives from Cerritos High School Care Team. I will be sharing my experience with California Conference for Equity and Justice, also known as CCEJ. Before I get into sharing my experience with CCEJ, I will be sharing a testimonial from a student at Cerritos High School. This is a student response to CCEJ conscious classroom sessions, and this student said, "I think that the conscious classrooms were valuable, as there truly isn't anything like it at school. Surely we could talk to teachers or counselors, however, not everyone is comfortable doing so. Because Conscious Classroom was with our peers and those leading it were close in age with us, it felt easier to open up and begin these difficult conversations." Once again, this is a student testimonial from Cerritos High School. This statement resonated with me personally because the CCEJ sessions I attended were with students of my age and within our district, but they consisted of students that looked like me. Being an African-American student at Cerritos High School means there's a fair amount of students that look like me, but still not enough to make me feel more open with myself. With CCEJ, I was able to share my experience as being a Black student at Cerritos High School and any prior experience I had coming into high school. The group of students were able to confide with each other through their stories, and the bond I developed made me feel as though I had known the students for years, even though I had only known them for 4 two-hour sessions. With my given experience, I would like to ask the district to consider making CCEJ Conscious Classroom sessions a district-wide opportunity for all students. Most importantly, these sessions need to be distributed among the middle schools. Considering middle school students are entering their preteen years, but still have an elementary mindset, they struggle to educate themselves regarding issues about social justice. If these issues cannot be addressed in school, then they come into high school unaware of how important it is for them to be educated on encouraging social justice and eliminating social inequalities. I feel as though it is necessary for these sessions to be given as a choice for students just so they feel they have an opportunity to have their voices be heard through this opportunity. But the training provided in these sessions allows students to develop skills that are necessary when leaving high school. To conclude my statement, I would like to thank Dr. Mayfield for providing our school with the necessary funds needed to extend this training program to more students. Thank you for taking the time to listen and acknowledge the CARE team's determination to make CCEJ more accessible to students.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jaina Doshi. Jaina? Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, President Say, members of the board, Dr. Su, cabinet, and community members. My name is Jaina Doshi. I'm currently a junior at Cerritos High School representing the Cerritos Care Team, and I'm going to be adding on to Ms. Yamashita and Monet. And tonight I'd like to address the board about increasing social awareness on campus and fostering substantial change through additional funding for the conscious classrooms and CCEJ training sessions for our students. To begin with, I'm sure as you all are aware through the previous implementation at Whitney, the CCEJ courses serve to educate students on equality, justice, and other social issues prevalent in our community today. Through facilitating workshops, trainings, and dialogue sessions, an atmosphere is created where students feel comfortable and are able to share their personal experiences with such issues, as well as hear what others have gone through, broadening perspectives. Through giving the students the opportunity to not only be educated, but be an active part of the conversation, students can feel engaged and as if their voice truly does matter. As a student who had the opportunity to go through the CCEJ Conscious Classroom training this year, I truly felt as if a difference was being made, and what we were learning held true importance. I felt understood and connected to my peers as we discussed our personal experiences and issues that surround us today. Taking this into consideration, I feel it's essential and crucial to both our current and future to provide this opportunity to other students on campus. To go in depth on the impact of this program, here are some additional student testimonials ranging from grades 9 to 12 from one of our classes on campus that went through the training. CCEJ made me realize that many people feel and think the same way as me, and that as if we all came together in a peaceful way, we can fight against all the discrimination. If everyone at school learned this, then our school could be kinder. This class felt like an open space where people wanted to know what you had to say and were not going to pretend like they listened. These were people that I felt actually listened to me, and I was able to learn so much about other cultures and my friends. It made me understand the importance of having a voice and wanting to make a change. I think it's very important to shed a light on social issues such as racism, prejudice, sexism, and many other important issues that we learned in the conscious classrooms because it helps all of us become better and make our community a better place. I think they can be valuable to our school because hopefully we'll educate others and make everyone a better person so that we can all live and breathe the same air without being anxious about one another and overall respect each other no matter what kind of person you are. I believe conscious classrooms can be valuable because they help students be more open-minded about people's differences in identities. It also helps students such as myself open up about personal problems with discrimination I've kept to myself for my whole life. I believe we should encourage more programs like this to influence future generations to be more open-minded and put away those prejudices and stereotypes we have kept up for centuries. Hopefully, these testimonials serve to display the immense impact this program has held on students, as well as the possibilities open through expanding its reach. To continue, I'm one of the student leaders involved with the CARE team, which stands for Creating Acceptance, Respect, and Equity. Through working alongside dedicated teachers, admin, and students, we spent the last months working to foster substantial change in our community and on our campus. We'll be releasing an anonymous student survey that allows students to share their experiences on social issues on campus and have a place to share their opinions of what they would like to see improve for the future. Using the responses from the survey, CARE aims to end the injustices we see in our community and take the needed steps for every individual on campus. But to do this, we need your support. In order to improve the experiences and lives of our students and ensure every student is socially aware and conscious of their words, actions, and thoughts, we need your aid and proper funding for programs such as CCEJ. The funding and resources provided can and will serve to make a positive impact on every student and ensure that not only 100 students, but every incoming student has the ability to better themselves and leave campus having been educated not only in academics, but on the issues and topics that hold prevalence in our community and on our students today. With all that being said, I hope you see the incredible need for this program and support us in the strides towards social injustice. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Leticia Mendoza. Ms. Mendoza, go right ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you, Scott. So good evening, President Say, Vice President you, Superintendent and board members. I hope you're all well. I'm so glad to see you all in person having these board meetings. So I was listening to your conversation about the ELOG grant. And I'm so glad, Dr. Rios, that you made your comments because I don't know if you heard me, but I was clapping and cheering for what you said. Because I think it's a great start. Like some of the board members said, it's a great starting point, but it can't be just for 1 year. This has to continue for years to come because I heard some board members comment that we have a learning loss because of the 32 days. I don't believe as an educator that we have a learning loss because of 32 days. I know that our teachers, our ABC teachers are amazing. They've been teaching, they've been planning. I give them props because they're doing simultaneous teaching, which we are not doing. That's an amazing thing to do as an educator during a pandemic. We have a learning loss because of a pandemic. We have a learning loss because we have a loss of face-to-face instruction. And unfortunately, the learning gap is going to continue for a couple of years. And I'm glad to see that we have reading intervention in the ELOG grant. Like Dr. Rios said, there's going to be some schools that have a lot of need and there's going to be some schools that don't. My hope for that position is that we look at that need at those schools and we don't overwhelm the reading specialist. There can be a school with 50 students and unfortunately one teacher cannot handle a caseload that big. I liked her comments also about making sure that you're picking programs that are based on research and that we spend the money on our staff and not spend it on programs and materials that maybe we already have in our schools that our teachers and staff could use. And I like hearing Dr. Valencia Mayfield saying that we are going to continue these programs because unfortunately we have students who, had a really big, hard time during this pandemic. Not only are they suffering from learning gap, but they suffered trauma. They had loss of life in their family. It's amazing how resilient our students are. And I'm glad that we're going to be investing in them. I hope that this continues in the summer, but that it continues face-to-face because virtual is great to keep us safe, but our students need to be in front of our teachers. I want to congratulate the new ABCFT officers. And I also want to say a big thank you to our classified and all our teachers as they end the school year. You guys did an amazing job this year. I'm so glad I was able to send my son back and at Ross for 4 days. I was so looking forward to that because I think they need to be face-to-face. So enjoy your evening, enjoy the rest of your school year, and congratulations on getting our kids back into the classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Patricia Sierra. Go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ana Sierra, and I actually have 3 children in the district. This is my first board meeting to speak at. As a parent of an elementary child that's enrolled in the extended daycare, I'm concerned about not having this vital program for parents like me who work and need this program for morning and or after school care. I need to know when will the district begin the process to have these programs reestablished. If students are to begin full-time next school year, I want to ensure this program is up and ready and will be able to accommodate the same amount of students it has throughout the years. I would also want to know how is it determined that only one middle school, Tesla, offers extended daycare, but not Carmenita Middle School or other middle schools. I am sure other working parents like myself want a safe after-school program in middle school, like Tesla. In the past, I have done school of choice just to have access to the extended daycare program, but did not get in. I have called the extended daycare program, but not given any concrete information about the re-enrollment process to ensure a spot for my child. By now, this time last year, as parents, we have received information to register. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Megan Mitchell. Megan, go ahead and unmute. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, Dr. Sue and the ABC community at large. I am calling tonight wearing my teacher hat. just listening to the e-log presentation that was presented by Dr. Mayfield, really exciting things and opportunities that are going to happen within our community. But the one thing that's been troubling, which wasn't mentioned in the presentation, but is continuously being thrown out there, is the idea of learning loss. It was said that there were 32 days of learning that was lost. And as a teacher who has spent countless hours, probably even more hours, in virtual academy and simultaneous instruction than I did when we were face-to-face, hearing that 32 days of instruction were lost is really insulting. My colleagues and I have worked tirelessly Monday through Friday, and learning has happened Monday through Friday. While learning loss has now become a buzzword for people who are really not in the field of education, seeing the countless hours that my colleagues, along with myself, have poured into our students would be what should be done versus looking at the time that we quote unquote were spent not being in front of our students. Wednesdays were used for instruction, or I'm sorry, for asynchronous learning, which actually is something that all 21st century learners need, specifically the fact that it helps them with individual self-motivation, gives them the opportunity to work on their own pacing. And it's something that is required when they get to college. And that's obviously our goal, being a preschool through 12th grade district, is that we want our students to be adequately prepared for college. It's just
3
really
minutes.
insulting to know that our board members, people that we hold in such high esteem, don't necessarily consider all of the work that we're putting in, and would rather focus on 32 days of independent instruction where students were still engaging in rigorous activities, learning was still happening. In some cases, like my school, we offered our rotations, which students would not have had if we did not have the Wednesdays off. We also offered additional support opportunities for students. And I know that that wasn't just at Cerritos Elementary, that was at school campuses across the district. So I would invite board members, rather than continuing to think about or wonder about what is actually going on in our classrooms, to actually come and see what's happening, see the learning that's taking place, see the vibrant and engaging lessons that are being presented to students. Come and listen to the academic discourse that our students are engaging in. And you can sit back and understand that, yes, there are some things that need to be addressed, but as Leticia Mendoza just mentioned, these aren't things that just happen because of the pandemic. These are issues that have always existed in education. And so if we're talking about issues of equity, that's one thing, but to continue to say that learning loss has happened because students are in schools five days a week is not the actual truth. In spite of the pandemic, teachers have continued to persevere. In spite of the pandemic, our students have continued to be resilient and to learn and to make tremendous academic progress, which will be demonstrated at the open house. And if you talk to more parents than the ones that are just on Facebook, you may have the opportunity to see that a lot of our parents are still extremely impressed and happy with the education that their children have received. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Megan. The next speaker is April Martinez. April, go ahead and unmute. You have 5 minutes.
So I was kind of going on the same lines of what Megan was just saying, is that the teachers have really put in a lot of effort. And I feel like we're getting like this slack that it's just, we're not doing our job, basically. And it's not feeling okay with the teachers, like, because we are putting in so much extra effort to try to make up for this pandemic. And so I just feel like, and then we've been thrown at us like every month, like, or every week, even possibly, it's like a different change. Like, okay, so the district just does this, the district does this, and then we don't even know sometimes some things that are being sent out to the parents. And so I just feel like it's just been very hectic, and it should not be blamed on the teachers. And I feel like that's the way it's being blamed on. So when you guys make your decision, please think that we are doing everything that we can to be the best teachers that we can be in this pandemic. That's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sanchi Kohli.
Good evening, President, so members of the board, Dr. Sue, and cabinet. My name is Sanchi Kohli, and tonight I'd like to address the board as a part of the Cerritos Care team and the need for more CCHA programs at Cerritos High School. Although I personally have not had the opportunity to go through this program, I have heard from peers and teachers that these programs have helped in widening perspectives on injustices that commonly occur in our classrooms and schools. Therefore, this program would be highly beneficial to CHA students and staff. This is because over the past years, we have seen a rise in injustices occurring throughout our campus. And the sad thing is nothing is truly being done in terms of hands-on work to combat this. Thus, the need for this program is truly a big one and will help to make a big shift in changing this harmful culture and atmosphere that occurs in so many schools. I truly hope that with your support, we will be able to implement this program as a school and further as a district. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sylvester Annie. Go ahead, Sylvester.
Good evening, board. First, I'd like to just begin and just say how proud and how excited I am about the future of where this country is going to be because of where our students are, because of what they care about, because of what they're invested in, and they're invested in themselves, they're invested in learning, and they're invested in their community. And they want to be an active participant in making sure that we don't continue to go through the same cycles of trauma. And that's very inspiring. Everything I heard from all the students tonight, this is what they experience with that program is something that every student within ABCUSD should experience. And I'm so happy that ABCUSD put that program together for them, and I'm looking forward to the expansion of it. As we're going forward and we're preparing for the fall as well, something to really take into account as well with the load that these students are taking on, that they are exposed to so many different things, is the mental health of the students. I'm hoping that mental health days are something that are extended to the students to deal with everything that they dealt with over the past year and going forward, so that they can be the best versions of themselves and show up in that way every single day. And when they don't feel like the best versions of themselves, that they have the grace to take a step back and ground themselves to be able to re-engage when they feel prepared to do so. I hope that's something that's on the table. With COVID-19, one thing that we understand is that the underlying conditions that have been not only within our education system, but society as a whole were exacerbated. I think health is something that's very important. And if possible on campuses where it's possible, I'd love to entertain the idea of having community gardens on campus to teach students more about agriculture, about healthy eating. And also, as well, in addition to that, look into the types of foods that we're offering the students and try to, as much as we can, get the preservatives out of the food and have the food that we're putting into the students or the students are putting into themselves be as organic and fresh as possible. This is important not just for their physical health, but it's also important for their mental health, because you are what you eat. And if you're fueled with the right type of food, then you're going to be able to optimize all the learning that you're going to need to do during the day. So that's something that I would like to see going forward be a priority in terms of what are we feeding our kids, because the food is killing us. And then I'll piggyback over to what the teachers that spoke up tonight said, I think that we have to be very careful with the words that we use and acknowledge that this was a difficult year for everybody and extend that grace. And at the same time, acknowledge all the tireless and really honestly thankless work that our teachers did put in. And that's not something that we can take for granted because none of us would be where we are without our teachers. That's everybody in life. And we need them and they need us. And we should just be careful with the words that we use because we don't want to take people for granted. And we always want to give people the roses while they can still smell them. So that's all. That's my comment for tonight, board. I appreciate you for extending me the grace and allowing me the space to speak to you all tonight.
Thank you very much. The next one is a phone number that ends in 939. Go ahead and unmute. Press *6.
Good evening, President Say, members of the board, Dr. Sue, and the cabinet. My name is Isabel Cordero, and I'm from Cerritos High School continue talking about the CCEJ, California Conference for Equity and Justice. I'd like to say I have personally not experienced this program, but there are students that have at my school, and I've talked to them and I've read the testimonies that they have given, and I personally would like to experience this because those testimonies were eye-opening to say the students have said that these conscious classrooms that they have gone through have helped them grow like mentally and like emotionally, and it's helped them so much that I believe it will help the rest of the school as well as the rest of the district actually help open up, especially during these crucial times, like what's happened this past year. And I know it's helped people at Whitney. And it's just, this is a crucial time to help the students understand what's going on, and they need a safe space to be open about what they're feeling because the world has set a stigma around people and what they feel. So thank you, and I hope you guys take into consideration to open up CCEJ for the rest of the school and for the rest of the district.
Thank you very much. That is the last public comment, Mr. Clerk.
Okay. Now go to consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Thank you. Is anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately on the consent item?
Yes, Madam President.
Yeah.
I have 3.2C and
It's for the clarification or?
yes, just for clarification, and 4.4C.
Okay.
So as it relates to 3.2C, I want to thank Dr. Mayfield and Pauline Guo for being very entrepreneurial and getting all of these extra services for our kids, going out to the community and getting businesses and various groups to have our students work in the real world and have real world training. So that's actually a very good thing to have entrepreneurial leadership as Dr. Guo. Just one minor thing, I noticed that they're from all the local communities. I didn't see Lakewood in there. I'm sure there might have been one or two Lakewood businesses that could have been solicited. And of course, I would love to see more Cerritos, and that would have been nice too. So that was the only comment on that one. So no question regarding that. It was just you have to pull that one out to say thank you for doing the hard work. 4.4C, it is $121,000 out of the base grants. This is for payroll services for renewing a contract, which we've done before for PeopleSoft. So I have a question. How much did we pay last year for this particular service?
Thank you for the questions. So we have used the financial accounting system and the HRS system through LACO for the last 20 years. And this is the same amount as last year. So this is potentially could be the last year that we are using the PeopleSoft system. As you remember, the county is transitioning to a new system called the BEST system.
Oh.
So next year, we will be going through a process of implementation or transition into that new system. But this is the $121,087 is a similar amount that we paid last year to the county to use their financial accounting system and the human resource system.
Okay, so we don't really have a choice in this. Okay, thank you.
It's the same as last year. So
No,
any other?
We don't have a choice in this particular
Right.
this payroll system. We can't go out and say, pick, like I have ADP, we can't go use ADP.
Any other?
Technically, you can, but we have not been, and it's not advisable because the cost would be triple. Because eventually you have to tie back to the county system anyway. So through the pension system and the financial accounting system, all have to tie back to the county for reporting purposes to the state.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, if none, I'm going to ask Daniel for a roll call, please. Thank you, Mr. Ernie.
Dr. Apodaca?
I abstain. I was not present for the item.
Abstain one?
As for consent? Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios? Yes. Mrs. Say?
Yes?
Mrs. Yu? Yes. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch what Dr. Apodaca
Yeah,
said.
clarification for your last word.
Thank you, Madam President. I was not present for the item, for the discussion on that particular item. However, I've reviewed the consent calendar as a whole, and so I was going to abstain. However, I am aware of the content, so I will vote yes to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next one, elementary school principal introduction. Dr. Su, go ahead.
Thank you very much, President Say. I'm so excited to share that Craig Spratt has been honored to be the principal at Cerritos Elementary School. I see Craig right there.
Yes.
But for people who don't know as much about Craig, he is a proud alumnus of our school district. He graduated from Gar High School. Subsequently, he attended Hope International University, where he received his Bachelor's of Arts degree in education with a minor in early childhood development, as well as his teaching credential. He completed his postgraduate work at the University of Laverne, where he earned a Master of Education in Educational Management. Knowing that he wanted to serve in the ABC Unified School District community, he completed his student teaching in our district at Aloha Elementary and Cerritos Elementary. From 2003 through 2014, he served at Leo Elementary as a community teaching grades K through 5 and 6 before becoming the assistant to the principal in his last 3 years there. He transferred to Whitney High School, where he served the community as the secondary school dean from 2014 to 2020. For the 2021 school year, he had the privilege to serve as the interim principal at Cerritos Elementary School, where he started his student teaching and leading his community through a successful virtual academy and pivot to the simultaneous learning model. Congratulations, Mr. Spratt.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is, it's quite a personal moment for me. Good evening, President Say, distinguished members of the board, and Dr. Su. Thank you for allowing me to be honored to serve the Cerritos Elementary School community as its new principal. It's clearly evident that our families and our students and our staff have this great school, and I am so eager to be a part of the story. Dr. Su, Dr. Zietlow, Dr. Mayfield, and Mr. Nguyen, thank you for your continued support during my tenure with ABC and through this year. This year has certainly been one that has defied all traditions, and yet at Cerritos Elementary, we have continued to find success through our virtual academy and our simultaneous learning model. I want to thank, if I may, Ms. Lori for initiating my journey to this moment. It was at Leal, that leadership that I served into the principal, and I quickly fell in love with supporting an entire community of learners and not just my class of 30 students. And I found such joy in supporting staff in all things like curriculum and campus culture and classroom management. And knowing one day I would seek to be an elementary principal, I wanted to better understand the secondary world that our students were being prepared for. And so I want to thank Dr. Rhonda Buss for bringing me into that secondary world as the Dean of Students for Whitney High School. She was my principal, but more so, she has been and continues to be my mentor. Her kindness and compassion for others and her priority of relationships will never leave me. My service as the Dean of Students at Whitney High School it will always be a part of me. It's a school that draws from the entire district. And as such, I had the privilege to work with our district's diverse community and meet the diverse needs in individual ways with our students and their families. And I must say that one would not necessarily want a small administrative team at a high school setting, but because of that small team, I was able to do so much more in that role. And I had the ability to work closely with all of the departments throughout the district and collaborate with stakeholders on ways to seek continued improvement on campus facilities, the instruction, student supports, to name a few. And if I may, to thank Dr. Rose, it was through our conversation, even over the perfect word for a document that we would be putting out, coming up with creative ways to offer our students nothing less than the best. And she helped forge me into a finer leader. And of course, thank you to Mr. John Brickley. I consider myself so fortunate to have learned under the guidance of the State Secondary Principal of the Year. And I look those leadership qualities to the Cerritos Elementary community. Thank you not only for allowing me, but for encouraging me to find opportunities to return to the elementary world, knowing that it was going to put more responsibilities and work hours upon him. Thank you, Ms. Melinda Ortiz and Dr. Christina Wise, for your support over these past years. Thank you for allowing me to seek out new opportunities to grow as a school leader. Thank you also to my amazing Cerritos staff and community for rallying together to create an amazing learning experience for our students this year. If I had the opportunity to take the floor for the whole next public comment section, I would still not be thank all the people who joined me on the road tonight, and that is because ABC is a community. It's been my community since attending Gar High School, and I'm so grateful to give back and serve the community in this role. And of course, I'd be remiss if I did not finally thank my family and my friends for seeing me all the way through this exciting journey into tonight. I thank them for their encouragement. Thank you for the love and support, and thank you for the understanding when there was a dinner that I was late to because a kiddo needed my help. Thank you for acknowledging my passion to lead and help make change for a better world for all of our children. I've so greatly enjoyed my time and experience as the interim principal of Cerritos Elementary School, and I am looking forward to my new role and opportunity to continue to serve our district and this school community as its new principal. Thank you so much.
Do you have any?
Madam President, can
Go
I
ahead.
have
Go ahead.
just-
Yes, please.
Just 1 minute. So I was privileged to see Principal Spratt at Leal Elementary and how he worked really hard for the students and with the parents and the community under Dr. Mickley. And when she went over to Whitney, he followed along with the same principle of excellence. And I think we're very lucky to have his youthful energy. I think he's really going to bring great life into that school, and I can see great things happening there. That's it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I do want to say something to you too, Craig. I remember when you got hired
me and Olympia, our former board member, we talk about you. We're thinking, oh my God, look at that young Jetta there, so much energy there. And I was saying that, you know what, he's going to be our principal. Sure enough, you proved yourself there. And I want to thank you for a wonderful job you've done for this COVID-19. I went to your site, we visited your site, and you showed us. I think you were one of the school actually really ahead of the time compared to other school. And you get your classroom ready to go for it. You have a room setting. I look at the I went to room, and you showed me how elementary schools teaching during the COVID. And I really want to thank you. And you were so much energy there. And one thing I am concerned in the future, are you going to wear the suit all the time now or no? I'm not used to that.
I do now go back to my elementary school ties that I had put away 7 years ago. So there's a lot of pop of color.
Okay, welcome to Cerritos, and thank you so much, and thank you for serving our school district. Thank you. And that'll be my end conversation with her. Anyone else have? If none, so thank you again, Craig. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Well, next one, this action items, we have 1.4-8. May I have a motion to approve committee member and student appointment to board advisory committee?
So moved, Apodaca.
Second, Beach.
Anyone wish to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom at this time. Do we have any public comment on this?
We do not.
Thank you. Any discussion from my board? If none, I'd like to introduce my appointee today. Ms. Melinda Sims, the major in law, 20 years in Cerritos residence, ABCUSD parent, an active member of PTA at Nixon, served as a vice president of the school site council. She's living in my trustee area. Actually, she's a few blocks away from my home. I am appointing her to serve the Legislative and Policy Board Advisory Committee. She holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in political science, as well as Juris Doctorate degree from Western State University College of Law. Currently, she's practicing attorney employee with the County of Los Angeles. I believe her diverse background, her educational and employment background makes her a great candidate for the committee, which I'm about to appointing her today. And she will be the access to the Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee. I know she's committed. Are you there, Ms. Melinda?
Yes, good evening.
And thank you for waiting.
Thank you so much for having me. Superintendent Dr. Siu, President Say, distinguished board members, and ABCUSD community, thank you for your confidence in my qualifications and ability to serve as a member of the Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee. I truly look forward to working with and on behalf of the board to help continue the district's legacy of excellence. As a longtime Cerritos resident, it is my honor to accept this appointment, and as a proud ABCUSD parent, it is also my pleasure to give back to the community that has served my family and I so well. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Sims. Daniel, can you do roll call for me, please?
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishii,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu. Yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Sims. Thank you, Danielle. Next one, 1.5-8. I have a motion to approve elimination of board policy 4033-1 travel expensive employees.
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Second, Apodaca.
Thank you, Dr. Zillow.
Good evening, board members. This evening, we have 3 different sets of policies that we're bringing to you. I'm looking for elimination. A number of years ago, we went through and consolidated our travel expense procedures and policies all under our business services. And so these are policies from the late 70s, early 80s that just need to be cleaned up and cleaned out of our board policies as they're included now in a different policy.
Thank you. Anyone wish to make a public comment on this agenda item, please please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom at this time. Do we have any public comments?
We do not, Madam President.
Any discussion from my colleague here? Dr. Abdaka and next Ernie and Ms. Nishi, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to confirm that the elimination of these policies went through the appropriate committee.
Correct. We took them all to the Legislative Policy Advisory Committee.
No issues?
No issues.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Nishi.
I just have 4 questions. What is our travel budget?
So in terms of an actual budget, it depends on the site and the department and what they set aside in need. So like a total amount,
Yes.
that would be something I would refer to Mr. Wen.
That would be really putting me on the spot. And it's not part of this item, but next at the next meeting, you will have an itemized budget going in front of you. There will be including the LCAP, the federal money, and also the district details budget. But our travel budget for the district as a whole is ranging about $500,000.
And these questions that I have pertain to all of them, so I'm just gonna get them all at once. So it's allocated per school, so that answers the second question. What is the approval process? Is there an approval process that we go through?
So depending on what the situation is, all employees that are using these kinds of expenses would follow our board policy, which is 3350. And it has them fill out a conference convention form and get pre-approval for all travel so that you do that ahead of time and then it's pre-approved so that when you come back, then you put your actual expenses in.
So there'll be like an AR procedures.
Correct.
More specific than the board policy.
That's AR 3350.1.
Okay, and it'll be much more specific and laid out.
Correct.
And just for my satisfaction, do we have specific limits as to what they can get? Like, can they go to the Ritz or?
Yes, so there are limits based on how much you can spend on food and other pieces. Typically, because the schools are allocating the resources for these things, everything is very tightly spent to make sure we get the most for our amount we're used. But if something were to be outlandish, it would not be approved ahead of time.
So is it the principal that approves that?
It starts there and then it moves through another process when it comes for payment.
Okay, so then it starts at the principal and then through the payment, then somebody else approves whether that was an acceptable expense, and
Correct.
it goes to several different eyes.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Anyone else? If none for my colleague, we're gonna go. Daniel, can you do roll call for me, please?
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu. Yes. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. Next one's a 1.6-8. May I have a motion to approve elimination of board policy 4033.1 automobile allowance and the corresponding administrative regulation.
Move to approve. Second.
Dr. Zillow, please. So again, these pieces are definitely out of date and don't connect with the new policy that we have in the 3300 series.
Thank you. Anyone wish to make a public comment on this agenda item? Please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom at this time. Do we have any public comments?
We do not, Madam President.
Thank you. Any board discussion here? Here none. Daniel, please roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. 1.7-8, may I have a motion to approve elimination of board policy 433.1 travel expensive automobile allowance.
You got a second?
Thank you. Dr. Zillow.
So this is the last set. And again, it's just removing things from 1980 that are no longer relevant. And we have our updated policy.
Thank you, Dr. Zillo. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom. At this time, do you have any?
We do not.
Thank you. Any board discussion, my colleague here? If none, then you'll please roll call.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
I think tonight's all belong to you, Dr. Zillo. And thank you, though. 2.4-8, may I have a motion to approve contract with the school education for staffing service for various classified and certificate position for the remainder of 2020 to 2021 school year.
So moved, Apodaca.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Dr. Zillo, please.
So as we have returned for in-person, we, prior to returning, had surveyed our substitute employees. And yet we found that as we had believed we had enough to return, that has not been the case. And so we have contracted with an outside agency that is assisting us with that to ensure that we have enough substitutes, to make sure that if there is a reason that a teacher needs to be gone, that we can cover that.
Thank you, Dr. Zillo. Anyone wish to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom. At this time, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Thank you. Any comment from our board colleague here? Here
Yes.
none?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry, go ahead. Ms. Nishi.
So I have to ask, this is a $100,000 contract. And it's to find substitutes, and it's only till the end of this year.
Correct.
So until June, so we have about a month left, less than a month.
Correct.
So it's $100,000. Is that like per job, or what is, how is the rate paid?
The rate is more than what we pay. We pay a fee for the use of the substitute. For 1 week, it was about $10,000 is what we paid for substitutes the first week that we worked with this company, which is a little bit more than we normally pay. But we are
Wait.
interviewing constantly.
Did we already pay them at $10,000?
No, that's the cost of about a week of services.
But that's only $40,000. Because it's $10,000 a week for 4 weeks is $40,000.
I can help. I'm sorry, I can help. This is up to, this is not $100,000. I'm sorry, I apologize. This is as we use, so we would go to our sub pool to use all of our substitute teachers if we need them, right? So when we out of them and we have to cover the class, usually we send Principal Craig Spratt in the classroom, but even he can't cover 2 classes. So that's why we have to go through this agency, and they do charge more than our sub rate. They charge about $240 a day. So more than what the board approved, which is about $175. So per day. So they charge $240 a day, and it's per day usage. So up to this amount. This is just an estimation.
This includes paying for the substitute itself.
Correct.
Oh, I thought this was just like a headhunter.
The service. No, this is
No.
because they pay the substitute. Yeah, thank you for that
Sorry.
clarification. So the substitute teachers would work for them, will be their employees. So this is like a contractor coming in and be a sub teacher. They qualify as a sub teacher to have the credential, and we just have to pay them a little bit more because of the service. But we do not pay, this is just not for the service. This is for the cost of the sub teacher. And this is up to $100,000. This is only as needed.
Got it. So we pay $240 per substitute. We pay the substitute a certain amount, which is we increased that, so that's only 30%.
No, so we pay directly to Scoot. Scoot pays the substitute.
Whatever
the-
rate it is.
Correct.
The amount we give them, they pay the substitute and they keep part of that for their business.
Got it. We don't know what they pay their substitutes. then.
Correct.
Okay, so it's 240 that we're paying?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, because I was looking approximately 200, 100, it didn't say up to, 'cause it sounds like it could have been more than 100,000, and I don't know what the rate is, and so that's, I have to ask these questions. One more thing is Scoot Education. So again, I've used headhunters before and other companies. I know that this is a specialized field. Did we like call at least 3 other companies that do that? And what 3 other companies did we specifically call to just make sure that we got the right good rate?
So we did check with other companies that are available. The challenge that we were finding is that none of them could guarantee us subs. Many of them, that was the same problem. They were seeing the same thing that we were, where those who previously had worked and were getting unemployment were no longer wanting to work until that was done. And so we did look at other companies, and Scoot was the one that could get us the people we needed. But they also were a better price than the other group.
Okay, so there was another
Yes,
bidder that
and-
you went after that was cheaper.
Yes, and the
Or no, more-
names
wait,
are,
wait, wait,
the
more
names are
expensive.
skipping. I'm not getting the names in my head right now of the other companies, but I can send that.
That's okay, you can send it to me afterwards. And then regarding Scoot, I'm sure you've done the due diligence to make sure they're a good company and everything. Could we use Scoot for our summer education as well? Because, I mean, if we're having a hard time staffing up,
So
that would be a worthwhile expenditure to, instead of hitting 5% of our students, maybe hit 10% of our students.
So we are working with our current substitute pool that are our pool of employees, because in the summer they are available. And so we will be using them as part of our summer program. But as we need to, we could extend and use this company to help.
Okay, so, but the contract ends in when? So, when did it specifically?
It's for the remainder of the 2020-2021 school year, and we consider summer school to be part of the end of that year.
Okay, so it wouldn't end at June 30th fiscal year, it would end at
If we need to,
July 30th?
well, summer school ends usually like in July.
So this would include summer school potentially?
It could if we need it to, yes.
Okay, well, I think that would be great if we could, because I know that we're having staffing issues. I know it's not cheap, and I know that they aren't always qualified in terms of a regular credentialed teacher, but sometimes we need to get what we can get. All right, thank you. That's the only questions I have.
But I just want to make sure the sub teacher comes first, right? Before you use the agent.
We have used every substitute that is employed by our district at this time, yes.
Because I know it's like a special agent. For nursing, we have like travel nurses, you might probably know. When we can't find anyone, we'll pay high price to get a new people from outside, which I understand it very well. Yes?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, thank you for clarifying it, Board Member Nishi, because I thought for the agency fee, that seems a lot, but if the substitute, fees included, that's really good price, I think, because I mean, can you imagine if a teacher is sick and we don't have a teacher, but this agency can guarantee, that's a huge relief. That's a huge relief. I think this is very good, good contract.
Any? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Board Member of DACA. Your job is, have to remind you because you're hiding behind him.
It's all right.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all right, Madam President. Thank you for recognizing me. So just really quick in a nutshell to recap, this is a private company, correct?
Yes.
They are providing staffing services for qualified credentialed subs that meet or exceed our standards here at the district, correct?
Correct.
We do have to pay a little more because it's a premium. They have to run a business to keep their lights open or lights on and their doors open.
Correct.
It's up to $100,000. This $100,000 covers through the end of this school year. Okay.
Yes.
In the summer, we'll give all of the possible openings to our staff first. They get priority, correct?
Correct.
They'll supplement
Correct.
if needed. Okay. And then So with regards though to them coming in, are they still supervised just the same as they would be with any other sub? It's the same protocol to schools with the principals and et cetera with the supervision?
Yes, they have to
Okay.
go through all the check-in and everything like a normal substitute would and follow all the same procedures and protocols.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to really apologize. I think I didn't see you raise your hand. So now I'm going to have Daniel, please roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
Next one, 2.5-8. May I have a motion to approve the revised job title for Head Start Teacher Assistant?
So moved, Apodaca.
Dr. Zillo, please.
Good evening again. So as we have transitioned to what they call duration with Head Start, which is full day, Head Start programs through LACO and the federal requirements required that we update and revise the job description of our paraeducator for our Head Start teacher assistant. And we did that actually a while ago in preparation. With adding the additional time, we now have to have an assistant 2 and then an assistant 1, which is our next item. So for this change, it is only that we are adding 2, the number 2 at the end to the title. Everything else is the same. And there's no pay rate or anything like that. It's just distinguishing between the 2 positions now with our Head Start program.
Thank you, Dr. Zillo. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom at this time. Do you have any public comment?
We do not.
Thank you, sir. Any concern, any issue from my colleague here? Let me see what, Chris, do you have any? Okay, anyone else? If none, then you'll please roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. Next one, 2.6-8. May I have a motion to approve the new job classification, job description, and range for Head Start Teacher Assistant 1?
So moved, Apodaca.
You had your second.
Thank you, Dr. Zillo.
So this is the second piece of what we needed to make adjustment on with our Head Start program as we expanded to a full day. And so this is our Head Start Teacher Assistant 1 positions. These staff for us previously were called paraeducators, but Head Start wants everything to be labeled based on their program and what they offer. And so the job description has been worked on and reviewed with CSEA. And so at this point, we are looking to approve this new job description and distinguish it as Head Start Teacher Assistant 1.
Thank you, Dr. Zillo. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom at this time. Do we have any public comments, sir?
We do not.
Thank you. Now back to our floor. Do I have any board have some concern? Here none. Okay, Daniel, please roll call for me.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Say,
Yes,
Mrs. Yu. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. Next one, 2.7-8. May I have a motion to approve the revised pay rate duration for equity officer position?
So moved, Apodaca.
You had your second.
Thank you. Dr. Zillo, please.
So we previously brought to you an equity officer position that we placed at an 11-month position at range 37. We flew that position, and while we ended up with a couple of candidates that were qualified in what we were looking for, the majority of them were not. We did go back and look at what was happening in our local area And still, even among our local schools, many of them do not have equity officers. What we did notice is that the ones that are paying at a higher rate, though, have embedded the equity officer into other work. So it's not just focusing on equity. What we believe is that by moving it to the 12 months, same range, we will be able to attract more candidates, and we will be able to fill this position to focus strictly on equity, which is what the intention was. The other places where we've looked at this, they're embedding it to other things like elementary ed director as well, or creating positions that do multiple things.
Thank you, Dr. Zillo. Anyone wishing to make public comment on the agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature on the Zoom at this time. Do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Thank you. Anything from our board here? Dr. Rios and next board member, Clerk Nishii. Okay.
So did I hear you correctly? Are we going to revise the job description?
So we're not going to move the job description. We just want to increase it by a month.
Because our job description also the person was going to be doing the multiple.
But the primary focus is equity and things that's centered around equity work. Whereas what I've seen in other places is it's not centered on the equity work.
So on April 18th, I decided to just do a Google search on adjournment, which is where most of people in education do job searches. And I came across 3 equity officer positions that were very similar to ours, with their starting pay at 130, which was the argument that we made from the beginning, was that if we wanted a quality person, we had to pay them more than what was agreed on. So I don't know that this new figure still matches that. I mean, we were proven that, you're not going to get the kind of candidate that we want at the previously approved number, but yet this one's still lower than what's out there. So how are we going to be assured that we will once again this clone that we're going to get quality individuals with the level of experience that we want?
So in our flying of the position, we did get a couple of candidates that did meet the qualifications and the qualities we were looking for. We're hoping this will expand that to a few more that we would have then options to select from. I think too, in the picture of our package of what we offer as a district in terms of benefits and things, that does increase the value of the position. So while the starting might be at the 121 rate for that first year person, with all of our benefits, depending if you're, a single person or family, you would be looking at $156,000 worth of value in the position, or up to 167. And then you have the range to the other end, which is at 169,000 for someone with experience and with benefits. For a single person, that would put you up into the 206,000. So our hope is that by making it 12 months, that we will attract. And I think we will see an increase in the type of candidate that we were seeking.
So I'm a little confused. If we did get a couple of candidates that were qualified, why didn't we interview and hire?
Because we only had 2. And typically we look at a panel of candidates to move candidates forward.
Well, I would still encourage our board to consider matching what's out there, because again, otherwise we might just be here again. Oh, do I need to make a motion?
I have a question.
Go ahead, it's yours.
So we compare it against other districts. What specific districts do we compare against that are similar to us in terms of the position?
So we typically look at districts that are around us, districts that are actually having some kind of equity position. At this point, we saw something in both Norwalk and Long Beach, but those districts both have those connected into something else. So their job is dealing with elementary ed, and they've added on the equity piece. The districts and positions that I've seen where it was just equity were more comparable to what we were doing. Compton is running it through their district schools and partnerships office. So different people have done it differently. At this point, I have not been able to see anything for other locals like Downey or Bellflower, Paramount.
So how much is Norwalk paying?
Theirs is a different position. It would be encompassed in our elementary education position. So it's a director position.
Understood. How much is it?
They are right now at 147.
147. Okay, how about Long Beach? How much are they paying?
137.
137. And what other additional duties do they have in Long Beach?
They're doing access, college and career readiness. They're doing a number of things. And Long Beach is really a very different size and scope of what they do than our district.
Okay, but we're having our equity officer also do some adjudicational functions, correct? As I vaguely remember something about they're double dutying some other position. I vaguely remember.
So they would be in a position to take Title IX complaints,
Correct.
which was an attempt to have a neutral person, someone focused on equity that would listen to that.
They might require a law background even. Or actually not require, but
No.
a law background might be useful.
No.
No?
We,
To adjudicate a Title IX?
I don't have a law background and I am the
Yeah.
Title IX complaints person too.
All right. And Compton, how much do they pay?
They're at 129.
129, but we're at 121.
We would be starting there and, sorry, I lost my sheet. Going up to 169.
And this is below a high school principal.
High school principals are one of the highest paid positions in most districts. So that is a different type of job.
But we'll require them to have a high school principal as their experience background, at least 3 years, right?
We didn't require they be a high school principal.
Okay, what do we require them?
We were looking for someone that had some kind of principal experience.
3 years, right?
I believe so.
So then they would be several points above the bottom level of a principal.
Correct.
Okay, and then we're gonna hire them at range 37. Madam President, I'm concerned that we want a high quality person for this position. And although we don't have a lot of money necessarily to do it, we may still be back in the same situation. We may get candidates that aren't necessarily at the caliber of the ABC and what our students and community deserve. So I'd like to get it closer to the range of other equity officers in the community so that we can compete to get a quality person. Thank you. Okay. Well, I'd like to at least, yeah, maybe another, and this is just throwing a number out, maybe 9,000 more. Sure.
Thank you, Madam President. So I think it's important, we have excellent benefits here, correct? I mean,
Yes.
excellent benefits.
Yes.
So I think we also need to look at the total compensation of including those benefits. But, I think that we argued this, ad nauseum, and then we failed to get our point across when this came up the first time around, that you get what you pay for with something like this. And, so just for clarification, so in my role, dealing with personnel legal compliance, part of the tack on there would be, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's just kind of an ancillary role that I would oversee. Whereas in this case, the diversity is the primary role, and there might be ancillary functions around that, correct?
Correct.
Which would include Title IX, listening to Title IX complaints, et cetera, correct? Maybe.
Yes.
Okay. Does that, so to have them then as a neutral third party to listen to those Title IX complaints, does that enable us to use any Title IX funding for this? Or is this general fund?
I will answer that. That will come out. This position is coming out of the LCAP grant. There's no Title IX funding, sir.
Okay. I'm trying. Leave me alone, I'm trying. Well, no, I mean, because I know that we had discussed it previously, like having the Title IX officers at each school, and then they would be the one that would receive any complaints at the school site level and come to the district. But I think that at this point, I mean, if we're gonna increase it, I think that commensurate with the pay should be responsibility and oversight. But I still go back to my original, having this be at the very least, a sub-cabinet position. Instead of having so many layers between the board and the actual diversity officer. But that's just me, because we're going from 121 to 138 base. Is that what it comes out to?
They would be from 121 to 169
base.
And then with benefits, if they're receiving benefits as for an individual, it starts 156 to 206. If it's with the family benefits, it starts 167 to 217.
Okay, so that's a pretty nice compensation package. But I still would, if we're going to give that increase, I would like to see an increase in responsibility and duties as well, pertaining specifically to equity. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. Since, this is a new position, and I think that money is, of course, is one of the most important factor, but I know that our educators, when they apply to ABC, some of the priorities they do look at is the culture and just, I know personally a few teachers who chose our district over other district because they wanted to work in this district. And I think that since this is a new position, would be conservative to start at a conservative rate and open up the room to promote or to increase the salary depending on the workload, because it'll take at least a few years to really develop the details of the work, projects, and collaborating with the rest of the district. So I think that I want to support starting at a conservative rate. Yeah, thank you very much. And of course, we already raised it by 10,000 tonight, so I think this is good. Yeah.
I'm going to end up 10:30, so I'm asking for, would you make a motion to extend it another half hour? Would that be okay?
Oh.
So do I need a consensus?
You just need consensus.
I need a consensus. Anyone say yes?
Yes.
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 Let's look at that. Okay, so we all agree to extend it until, I believe, that's what this is, at
10:45.
10:45. Oh, thank you. So, now, are you finished? Yes, I'm done. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Board Member Sue.
Thank you, Madam President. I think Chris and I were looking at the step A through step E and that being 121,000 to 138. But you said they can start at 169. Is that another step or?
So at 12 months, it increases. So you take that step amount and instead of times 11, it's times 12.
Okay. So let's say somebody was a principal somewhere and they made, let's just say 169,000. Could we start them in that position at 169?
If they had the qualifications and had the service time, then yes.
Okay, so that along with the benefits, that's well over 200,000. I think this is an extremely attractive position that with this increase, I think we'll get a lot of interest personally. Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
So I'd like to make a motion, however, just this, I may fail, it's all right. I have to try. Because I think we get what we pay for, and 200,000 sounds, that's a lot of money. I hate to do that, but middle school principal is about at schedule 40 roughly. Middle school principal.
Yes, I have to look up the exact.
I have that. It is at range 40. Middle school and elementary school principals at range 40.
So,
How much?
and that would take them to how much specifically? Because, the thing is that if you start them at 37, that sounds like a lower tier. You're just paying them an extra accounting trick to give them another month. But why don't we just give them a schedule 40, he'll have some, he or she will have some respect because they'll actually get paid at a level 40 rather than a level 37, but we did a little accounting trick and we gave them an extra $1,000. So my motion is to pay at level 40, middle school principal, not high school principal, not the top, but at a level that it's a first year middle school principal. Again, that person's taking a cut in pay to take this job. That guy's going to take a cut in pay to take this job because he went from 3 years to 1 year. And sure, he gets to go up, but his max is way lower than the first year principal, which that's like, why would anybody do that? So that is my motion to do 40.
Hold on one
Schedule 40.
second. How much, what is the rate for at 40 and the level 1?
So it will begin at $10,698. That's level A, and then it max out on E at 12,178.
12,000.
Still less. So you're looking at about $128,000.
It'd be 128 to 146
So
roughly,
128 to 1.
46 at
46.
range 40.
So in other words, still not competitive, but at least we're not insulting them.
If I may, many of our positions, as you transition from a school site principal where you are solely
Got that, yeah.
responsible to a district position, because you're looking to grow, you're looking for professional opportunities, you're aware you're going to take some kind of change
Yeah.
in your salary. You transition because you're looking for growth, you're looking to do something different. And you're aware that is real. I spent 10 years as a high school principal, and I knew anything else I was going to do, it was going to be because I wanted to grow. And that is what happens in this educational system. You move from, if you're a principal, you have the sole responsibility. The weight is on your shoulder. When you move into a district position, now you're no longer the superintendent. You're now back to an AP, or you're back to a dean or a counselor position. And so that is our structure. And, in terms of our district finances, that is what we have and can afford. Many of the districts around that we're compared to, they have much higher percentages of students on free and reduced lunch. So their percentages of supplemental concentration fundings are higher. We try and build things within our system that will be good for our system and will work with our system.
But is this a position that's gonna be the top, or is it gonna be something they can build from? I don't know that you go from an equity officer to superintendent of schools. I think this would be you've worked for a while, and I don't know if this is one of those stepping stone type of positions. Do you really think it is a stepping stone type of position?
Anything can be. Sometimes you move into a position and you love it and you stay, and that's what you do because you love the work there. Other times it's an opportunity to grow, you gain experiences, and you move into something else.
Yeah. Okay, we do have a board member
Dr. Rios, go ahead. And after you, I will say something too.
I'm starting to get really frustrated because that was the exact argument that we used the last time and we ended up with two candidates. So I don't understand why we would be using that same argument. And again, a principal does not work for 3 years, 4 years to go take a pay cut. That's just not the way it happens. Assistant principals want to be principals, principals want to be directors. You expect that usually you'll have added education. You expect that added position to, of course, increase your pay. So I very much disagree with that argument. And again, we used the last time when we got two candidates. So I think we need to significantly increase this. The fact that that our pay rate goes up to 169 would tell me that a lot of our principals are a lot closer to that end than our lower end. And even if we were to look within our district, I mean, I can imagine that none of our principals applied because that's not true. People don't want to take a pay cut and don't see moving to district office as a way to build up. No, you, as an administrator, build up your position, but it's commensurate with pay.
You know what? I took pay cuts. I did because I'm looking for another level of practice. And
we had two candidates.
I mean, okay, now we have two candidates, and you have to remember our HR person just mentioned about it. I have to flow into our system. So when you ask and give a raise, you have to compare what we have in here, our current staff. So I'm asking Dr. Zeno, you are telling me you're going to change this payroll from 11 months to 12 months.
That's the request, yes.
And in general speaking, this position, some of the other school, they have a merging position besides this equity that plus other, they in charge of other things. Am I right?
The ones that are paying more, yes,
Paying
they are
more.
responsible for a bigger concept and equity has been added to it.
I'm asking Dr. Su, do you think you have the other job that we can merge the position with assigned to other assignment? You know what I mean? Then we can get more, even more. So in order to hire the person to gain.
I think that we have the appropriate job description today
Okay.
for the equity officer.
So how can we help you to find this person? Should we go up? What is your recommendation, Dr. Deal?
I'm recommending to move it to 12 months so that I can look to expand the number of people who are interested.
Okay.
And can I point out one last thing? I'm so sorry, but that's something that has not been addressed. Thank you for clarifying that this is LCAP money. We get $18 million in LCAP money. So money should not be an issue about can we afford it?
Is this going to come from LCAP budget?
Yes, it will be. The board has to approve it. At the second board meeting in June, the LCAP budget, as you will see at the next meeting, will have been increased up to 21 million. However, we have about 50 action items to support students on that. So it's competing, right? It just like someone had said in here before, it's the same piece of pie. It just if you cut out one piece and they have to come out somewhere else.
It was like this pie now.
But having said that, the request tonight is from moving it from 11 to 12 months at $10,150 to this position. It was not there before.
Can
This
we
is
go from
real
there?
money.
Well, and
Okay.
And we're here because we've received LCAP. We've been getting those $18 million and our achievement has improved not at all. And so we made a point that this is needed for us to get where we need to be. So again, it's very frustrating for me.
So
that
on
we've
the
been
table
discussing
here
this.
right now, we have.
Again.
Okay, I'm sorry to cut you. On the table right now, we have Clerk Nishi had the recommendation. We also have a staff recommendation. So we go from you first, since you need to do one. Go ahead, you want to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that instead of 37, that it goes to Schedule 40, which is 10,698, which is what you're indicating. Still below the other area, salaries in all our other areas. It's not 147,000 is Norwalk. I'm not advocating for that. I'm just trying to explain the full motion so that way people understand what we're voting here. It's not 137,000, which is what Long Beach is. This is 129, which
Or
is
you just go
about
ahead and make a
6,000.
motion and then let the.
So
the
Schedule
board
40 is
choice.
what I would like to make the motion for.
Okay, any second?
I'll second that.
Then your roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
I'm sorry. I don't understand the motion. If you could just leave all the other districts out of it. So you're saying to go from 37 to 40, just give me the salary range. That's all I want to know. So I can vote on it.
10,698.
A month.
Correct.
Okay. So overall salary range, when we put it on adjoint, is going to be what? Or you're just saying that's it?
10,698, schedule 40.
So you just want to start at the max then?
To 12,
It's not the max.
178.
10,648 comes out to, okay,
128,376.
okay. Yes.
Mr. Beach,
No.
Dr. Eugenio,
No.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes?
Dr. Rio,
Yes.
Mrs. Say,
No.
Mrs. Yu,
No.
motion fails 3-4.
So we're back to our staff recommendation. I just want my colleague to understand that. So let's go for the motion for the current agenda 2.78. Go ahead. Then please roll call for me, please.
Dr. Apodaca,
Yes.
Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Dr. Rio,
No.
Mrs. Say,
Yes.
Mrs. Yu.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. Next one's information item 1.9-A, resolution of site visit reviews and uniform compliance data for 2020 to 2021, first and second quarter. Dr. Su, please.
Thank you so much, President Say. This is the first and second quarter report. There were no complaints regarding instructional materials, our facilities, or teacher vacancy and misassignments. Thank you.
Thank you. Now back to the, now to our board member report. Do we have any board member reports? Dr. Eugenio, any second, any third? Second, board member Ms. Beach, and third, Ms. Nishi, and fourth, Vice President Dr. Ms. Yu, and then final, Dr. Ogo Rios. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I was viewing the schedule of graduations and promotion of schools of our district, and I was very pleased and excited to see the ceremonies will be returning to in-person. I want to thank Dr. Mary Sue and cabinet members for listening to the concerns and requests of our graduating seniors and their parents for making these events possible. Last year, my middle son was part of the graduating class of 2020 at Gar High School when the pandemic was still fresh and there were many unknown factors. The district acted in the best interest to protect our students by conducting drive-up and virtual graduations. At the time, my son didn't think much of the change and went along with the program. Recently, I asked him again, "Do you wish you had an in-person graduation?" He quickly answered, "Yes, I regret not having a regular graduation." As a father, that was my biggest disappointment, to not watch my son cross the stage in front of hundreds in the audience and his fellow classmates to receive his diploma. I'm so happy and relieved for our parents, and our graduating 2021 seniors will not have to experience the wonder of regret. Instead, they will be able to experience what they have been looking forward to and worked so hard for 4 years, an in-person convocation ceremony with their classmates and family who supported them emotionally, particularly through this pandemic. Once again, I want to thank Dr. Mary Sue and cabinet members for making this possible to have our seniors end this year on a high note. I look forward to seeing all the smiling faces on June 9th and June 10th. Thank you.
All right, Madam President told me to go second, so I wanted to start by thanking all of our teachers and staff. When I speak about the word learning loss, I'm speaking personally about my own children and other parents that have told me that they feel their kids have suffered that. So by no means is it a criticism of our teachers. I love our teachers. I think they've done a wonderful job through this pandemic, and I don't want my words to be misconstrued or taken for something that they're not. So thank you to the teachers. I attended the Whitney groundbreaking ceremony, and I was blown away by the schematics of the Science Center. I think it's going to be beautiful. They broke ground immediately upon us leaving, and they plan to have it done by the end of the year. So that seems optimistic, but that would be wonderful. I attended the ACSA Region 14 Administrator Awards, and I wanted to compliment our own Dr. Mayfield. Congratulations. Well-deserved. I attended a Nixon PTA meeting. They're planning for our 6th graders to have a drive-through graduation, so that was exciting. I also wanted to thank the Nixon Education Foundation for donating almost $20,000 to our dance and chorus program. I want to thank Tuan and Principal Walker for working on the issue at Cerritos High School with their baseball team. There were some debts from last year due to the pandemic, and they're working on remedying that. As far as the extended day program, a lot of parents have reached out to me, and I wanted to let you know that there wasn't enough interest to move forward with it. So for this year, there won't be extended day program. It's my hope that next year it can come back to its full form for working parents. And finally, I'll end with, I'm ecstatic that Dr. Sue announced tonight that August 23rd, we're going back 5 days. Hopefully the hours will be the same hours that they were before. And hopefully there's no complications next year and we can get back to normal schooling. So thank you.
Okay, am I next?
Next.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. So yes, I think teachers are very valuable. I'm not undercutting their skills and what they do. They work really hard doing multiple different things. And they did their best on Wednesday, and I get it, but all across, I know that, you know, less of something is less of something. It's always that way. I mean, that shows that teachers are actually very valuable, that the kids aren't getting everything because they're not there. I mean, I understand there's a new way of teaching. Teachers aren't there every single moment of the day, but a whole day gone is a whole day gone. That's got to be measurable, and I know that that's going to affect us. Whitney, that groundbreaking. I wish more people in the community got to see that because it's really important that happens, like our city officials and things like that. They could have come see what many years of preparation, what Board Member Beach, when he was on the ad hoc committee, and all of the rest of us that were working really hard for this, all comes down to this very moment where they get to create science and get a building. And I'm glad that there was some collaboration with the science teachers to get it to occur. Got a report on CSBA because I went to that this weekend. You guys deserve that report. Really quick, 14,000 per student average, not everybody. They'll hold the harmless next year. That's going to be, so we were held harmless for our population declining by 700. That's going to change next year, and we're going to have to address that. That is going to be an issue. I'm hoping that our PIO can do, I remember when we got the PIO position in the first place, we wanted to encourage the schools that had low population. And so this is a real test of the PIO and the value of that position to encourage door to door in certain circumstances to those communities that have only 200 or 300 students to get more parents to actually not look at the scores, but actually see the teachers, see the principals, see what that school environment is, and don't prejudge it before you even try it. So I think it's a job that's something the PIO can do really well, and I'm glad that we have a position to do that. Next year, we're going to recover our 5% COLA. Actually, it was 2%, and then they gave us for the previous year, so that's going to be great. The deferrals are gone except for $2.6 billion in June. I don't know why, but that means that they're borrowing for next year's budget out of this year's funds. TK monies hopefully become a regular part of our budget. 2.6 billion in high dose tutoring, 7 billion for mental health, 4.5 billion for special ed. And just to put that into perspective, that's going to increase from the federal government. They promised to give us 40%. It will increase to 14% of the actual cost of special ed. It's great, but it's not where they actually promised to give us. When I went to the small sessions, I found out that half of the districts are opening up to all kids, the summer schools for all kids. Somehow, I don't know how they got through the hiring issue, but they were able to do that. Half the kids, actually, 5 of the districts in that group were all 5 days going to school. But the other 11 were 4 days, just like us. So that was good to know. And they were the 5 districts that were all day, I think, were San Bernardino. So it's kind of smaller schools, right? It's a little different issue. They're using their supplemental funds for technology, HVAC. Some of them are doing a little bit of PD, not a ton of it. Everybody is saying that they need to get their students back. Everybody. So everybody's going to be doing a recruitment effort they're going to be competing for our kids. We need to get our kids back the best we can. It's a tough job to be a PIO this year, I think. And then some districts seem to do standing meetings with their city manager and the superintendent. I know we have a little bit different of a situation because we have multiple cities. And I don't think you should be sitting with the cities all the time, but that's what they do in some places. And a lot of school districts don't have a lot of interest in virtual education. Like 3%. That doesn't seem very high, but all of them are going to offer it. And there's going to be incentive to go 5 days. I think that's it on my report. And like I said, that extended day program is going to be, hopefully next year we can publicize that a little bit more in advance so that parents know what's happening in advance. That'd be good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to take this time to also thank our ABC management, our employees, teachers, and our partners, union, Regier, and the president, AFSCME, CSEA, for adapting and working hard during the pandemic. We really appreciate all of your hard work. And it shows, and we've mentioned this multiple times, that the survey proved the percentage, I forget the number, but the satisfaction percentage was very high. And I mean, the learning loss and the frustrations and the mental health issue, I mean, that's pandemic. We're all in it together. We're not finger pointing or blaming anyone. I think it's time to really, and the board have done our best also to support all of you as well, but do know that we appreciate you and we appreciate you. I mean, I feel like every month there's a new project, the grants coming out, new policy. I mean, and the teachers have to, and the principals, it's incredible, incredible, but we're all in it together. We're all in it together. So hang in there. So excited. By fall, we're all going back in person 5 days. So it's good. And May is the Asian Awareness and Asian Appreciation Month, and also a family month too. And I just want to take this time to really thank our Asian moms. I mean, they're incredible. They come to this country without speaking a word of English, and they work, build the economy. Like my mom worked at the sewing factory, 10, 12 hours, dusty place in downtown, the fabric district, garment district now. And Asian moms, they're incredible. Their sacrifice, raising the children and sending them off to college, incredible. So I want to really appreciate the Asian moms. And I also attended ground breaking ceremony for Whitney. And yeah, it was I was very excited and inspired because, I want to take this time to thank our ABC community for passing the bond and supporting the bond to make this happen for our children, and this is going to benefit our children very much in our community, as well as all of your real estate properties too. Okay. So thank you very much. And it's just so encouraging to all of our teachers and educators. Like, I know Principal Berkeley was so excited, so it's just really good for everyone, the whole community. It's good. And they're going to use the summer to do as much work as possible. And lastly, I would like to ask all of us in the education community to encourage our lawmakers and policymakers to stand against Facebook trying to develop Instagram for children, for 13 and younger. I mean, we don't need to encourage our children to be on social media. They're already on Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. And they say, Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg said that they want to make Instagram to have parents supervise and all that, but that is such a lie and deceptive because they don't even monitor that for children so young, being on Facebook and all this adults who will lie that they're young, that they're 13 and go on this Instagram. That's going to happen. So we need to stop this, because for the big tech guys, I just want you to know that all the damage that you produce, our educators have to do the damage control in schools with the children who are so damaged. And we've earlier on also experienced that too. So I would like to ask all of my fellow board members and colleagues to really stand against Facebook passing this Instagram for children 13 and under. We don't want to encourage that. Yeah, so that's the end of my report. Thank you very much.
Well, we only have 2 minutes left. I'm not gonna give in, I mean, I already did my report. I just want to make sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Rios.
Yeah, in lieu of my report, I just want to make a statement. I'm deeply concerned that the position of equity officer is being jeopardized and yet again delayed. I think our community is waiting for this position. Our district committee on diversity is being put on hold. And for a district that consistently speaks to equity, I would say that actions clearly speak otherwise. That's it, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, I know we did talk about in-person education on next June 1st meeting. Can we also have some kind of backup plan just in case? You know, because, you know, I'm a medical field person. I was worried about what do we do if pandemic come back again? What is our process? We need to have some backup plan. If you can provide it for us, I'll be really appreciated. Okay, thank you. So our next board meeting is on Tuesday, June 1st, 2020 at 7 p.m. at District Office Boardroom. A committee meeting will be strategic planning board advisory will be on May 25th, 2021, 6 p.m. Tuesday. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee will be Wednesday, May 26th, 2021 at 6:30. Finance and Audit Committee on Thursday, May 27th, 2021 at 6 p.m. all in virtual meeting. The basic reminder to each to all of us here on Memorial Holiday is on May 31st, 2021. I also want to remind our board colleague here, if you are liaison to the city, please sign up for the memorial services if you can. That will be kind of show our support of city. The last one, do we have a second public comment?
We do, Madam President. So
Okay, go ahead.
the first speaker is Letty Mendoza.
We'll just extend it. Okay, now.
Thank you, Scott. I just like to comment on the item that was just discussed about the equity officer. I was really surprised that, you know, our board member Nishi, you know, made a motion and it wasn't unanimously voted on. I just want to remind the community and board members that are there now that this is a long time coming. There was a lot of issues that came up in the district, and this is one of the things that we promised the community to address. And so when we say we don't want to pay this person, you know, their value, we're kind of saying to our community, it's not a priority in our community anymore. It is. I think we had a lot of public comment that you heard today from the community, how important diversity is. And so I would hope that the community is keeping an eye on this and just watching what the board is doing, because I can't believe that it's, you know, almost a year and a half later and we still don't have an equity officer in our district. We keep saying comparables to other districts. We need to look at our own district, our own priorities, our own needs, what our students need. And just a reminder that I know it's LCAP money, but we get this money because of our students. So actually this money belongs to our students. And if this is what our families want, it should be our priority, and we should pay the person who's going to take this position what they're worth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person would be Mr. Salcedo.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time and your work. And I want to say thank you for everything you guys have done. And the most important thing I wanted to hear tonight was just that we have a start date for the fall. And as also Ms. Say just mentioned, that there is a backup plan just in case. But that was the single most important thing. Other things that have come up in the meeting, I just wanted to congratulate Mr. Spratt on his appointment. And as it pertains to the equity officer, which, you know, I've not been apprised to all of the details over the last 16 months or so, but just in terms of like a pay grade, if you look at Mr. Spratt's pay, he's a class range and a step of a 40 D plus with a master's, and you can look up on page 32 of the notes tonight to see how much he's making on a monthly basis and what that's worth and how that goes from a step up, step down. Sometimes someone mentioned that you take a step down when you go one way or the other. And I also am happy for the first time since I've been listening into these meetings that there was a good lively debate and there was some good back and forth between everyone and people had points of contention, and Mr. Nishi brought up a motion, a sub-motion within there that was defeated. But Ms. Rios, for the first time that I've listened to a meeting, someone actually voted against a motion. Everything I've heard from everything has always been 7-0. To hear the fact that there was actually a 6-1 motion is amazing. Like everything is 7-0. And I will go back and I'll look at the public records and I'll find out when the last time that was. But as far as I can remember, I've never heard any of you vote against something. I've heard you question whether it's Mr. Newen or Dr. Mayfield, but then in the end, you always vote for whatever the agenda item is. So that's good to hear. And as far as also what Mr. Nishi mentioned about student retention, student retention, you have the Davis report that basically says we're losing the equivalent of elementary school a year. Mr. Beach had mentioned in the last meeting, or might have been 2 meetings ago, about having the virtual option because so many students from outside of our district would like to come to ABC Unified based on reputation. So maybe that is a source of revenue where we can get additional state money. And then the last 2 things, I would just question about using the term high performing school because it does negate what the other schools are trying to do. And that just because, one elementary or one high school might have better scores than the other doesn't mean the other school isn't a high performance school. Maybe by our school district standards, it isn't as good as the other one, but that doesn't mean against, Compton or Norwalk or Bellflower, where we're getting our comps on our equity officers, doesn't mean our kids aren't scoring higher. So I would just question using that. And finally, after the last school board meeting, I got a phone call from a school administrator saying that she had apologized because she was communicating, and everyone on this call, maybe not everyone, I'm sorry, in this meeting, knows full well that I had sent multiple emails and I had expressed multiple times that our principal at Kennedy Elementary School is an exemplary example of what a principal should be in terms of her communication. She got back to me immediately. She's had coffee with the principal. I know some other people have copied her communication example. So when I commented last time that some of our parents didn't know or this or that, it was strictly with the board. It had nothing to do with Kennedy Elementary School, the principal, or any of the staff. It was 100% with the board and the communication from the board and the follow up and everything that went from, on that 4-day communication. And I'm speaking strictly about the 4-day communication, and there are other issues, but thank you, Mr. Nishi. So to be very, very clear, if I was going to make a documentary about who I would want to follow in terms of communication and preparedness and everything that's right about what happens during this pandemic and getting our kids back to school, it would be Kennedy Elementary School. And I hope that audit committee that I've mentioned that takes all the right and the wrong has been put together, and there's some war room being secretly put together someplace that, as Ms. Say said earlier, is coming up with plan B because we never know what's going to happen. And again, I appreciate what you do as a board, and I'm not disparaging what you do as a board. I'm just asking that we have communication, transparency, and just let's do the best thing for our kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next public comment is from Diana T.
Hi, board members. My name is Diana Ting, and I just wanted to bring up the issue of the schools of choice lottery. Thank you to board member Beach for initiating an audit of the system, because there were concerns raised on Facebook boards that the live lottery results, which were supposed to be live, were conducted on Monday, but results weren't given to anyone until Friday. So a lot of, I don't know, fishy business could have gone on in the background during that time. So thank you for the audit, because also there were some parents that were bringing up that they personally knew of out of district parents that had an advantageous number on the wait list. So they were like number 6, whereas people that were supposed to be on tier 1, tier 2, which was with either somebody that had a child already in an ABC unified school, or was a resident ranked in the 100s on the wait list. And so, yeah, so thank you very much for looking into the how the lottery system was conducted. The second thing I want to ask about is what is being done about the underperforming or under-enrolled schools so that residents don't even have to go through the school of choice every year. And there will be mad parents. Like this is my first experience with this, because I have a soon-to-be kindergartner going into school, and then I have another little one after him. So, and right now, what I have to do is just look at other options. So I'm looking at other districts and private schools. And I don't know if ABC Unified knows that I'm not the only one parent looking for other options. I've been private messaged asking for other options. So I've been directing other people to other districts and private schools that ask me about other options. So I don't know if the district, because I know the district gets more money for out of district students. If their goal is to push away residents, then they're doing a very good job. So yeah, those are my concerns that I would like to see addressed. Thank you very much.
Diana, I do want to make that clear. I usually don't direct back to our community, but I do want to let you know, we do not take extra money for out of the district students. I want to make that clear to the public. Thank you.
Okay, the final public comment is from Silvestrani.
Hey, good evening. Good evening, board. I just want to say, or again, further highlight that everything that we do is for the students, and it's an investment in the students. And I want to talk about the pay for the equity officer. After the past year, I think that we realized, or we should have realized, how important a position like that is. And it's not only about the respect of the individual that's holding that position, but the quality of pay that we're willing to invest in that position when we have the resources to invest in that position is for the benefit of the students. They benefit from that. They're going to get the absolute best experience from an individual who's compensated to the degree that they should with that position. And I caution us to look at other districts in terms of how we should move, because I think that ABCUSD is a shining example of what a district should be and should model itself after. And as Dr. King said, he's not a molder of consensus. What he does with consensus is he's not a follower, and you have to be a leader in positions like this. You have to lead the way. You have to set the tone. You have to set the agenda. You have to be the model that other districts follow in terms of the investments that you're willing to put into a position like this that we understand is needed. And the students talked about it, with things like the care team and how they want to expand that to more students experiencing that as well. So, yeah. So that's all I wanted to add, is that if we have the resources to do it and it's an investment into the students, then I don't think that we should shortchange that. And that I respect Ms. Rios in standing firm on her position, that this shouldn't be a position that gets cut in any way, regardless of how the vote went. She's still on that, and I respect that. And I just want to acknowledge her unwavering in her position for that compensation for that position. Thank you.
That was the final public comment in this second public comment period.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting?
Second, Apodaca.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Good night and have a good